Section 17 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 17, Book 2, Chapter 4, which, among other matters, has to do with bruises and bandages. She was on her knees beside me, bathing my battered face, talking all the while in a soft voice that I thought wonderfully sweet to hear. "Poor boy," she was saying over and over again, "poor boy." And after she had said it perhaps a dozen times, I opened my eyes and looked at her. "Madam, I am 25, said I. Hereupon, sponge in hand, she drew back and looked at me. A wonderful face, low-browed, deep-eyed, full-lipped. The eyes were dark and swiftly changeful, and there was a subtle witchery in the slanting shadow of their lashes. 25? She repeated. Can it really be? Why not, madam? So very young? Why, I began, greatly taken aback. Indeed, that is... But here she laughed, and then she sighed, and sighing, shook her head. Poor boy, she said, poor boy. And when I would have retorted, she stopped me with the sponge. Your mouth is cut, said she, after a while, and there is a great gash in your brow. But the water feels delicious, said I, and your throat is all scratched and swollen. But your hands are very gentle and soothing. I don't hurt you, then? On the contrary, the pain is very trifling, thank you. Yet you fainted a little while ago. Then it was very foolish of me. Poor... She hesitated, and looking up at her through the trickling water, I saw that she was smiling. Fellow, said she, and her lips were very sweet, and her eyes very soft and tender for an Amazon. And when she had washed the blood from my face, she went to fetch clean water from where I kept it in a bucket in the corner. Now, at my elbow upon the table lay a knife, a heavy, clumsy contrivance I had bought to use in my carpentry, and I now mechanically picked it up. As I did so, the light gleamed evilly upon its long blade. "Put it down," she commanded. "Put it away. It is a hateful thing." "For a woman's hand," I added, "so hideously unfeminine." "Some men are so hatefully, hideously masculine," she retorted, her lip curling. "I expected him, and you are terribly like him." "As to that," said I may have the same coloured eyes and hair, and be something of the same build." "Yes," she nodded, "it was your build and the colour of your eyes and hair that startled me." "But, after all," said I, "the similarity is only skin deep, and goes no farther." "No," she answered, kneeling beside me again. "No, you are only 25." And as she said this, her eyes were hidden by her lashes. 25 is 25, said I, more sharply than before. Why do you smile? The water is dripping from your nose and chin. Stoop lower over the basin. And yet, said I, as well as I could on account of the trickling water, for she was bathing my face again, and yet you must be years younger than I. But then some women always feel older than a man, more especially if he is hurt. Thank you, said I. Thank you, with the exception of a scratch or so, I am very well. But as I moved, I caught my thumb clumsily against the table edge, and winced with the sudden pain of it. What is it, your hand? My thumb. Let me see. Obediently, I stretched out my hand to her. Is it broken? Dislocated, I think. It is greatly swollen. Yes, said I, and taking firm hold of it with my left hand, I gave it a sudden pull, which started the sweat upon my temples, and sent it back into joint. Poor... Well, said I, as she hesitated. Man, said she, and touched the swollen hand very tenderly with her fingers. You do not fear me any longer? No. In spite of my eyes and hair? In spite of your eyes and hair. You see, a woman knows instinctively whom she must fear and whom not to fear. Well, and you are one I do not fear, and I think never should. Hum, said I, rubbing my chin. I am only 25. 25 is 25, said she demurely. And yet I am very like him. You said so yourself. Him! She exclaimed, starting. I had forgotten all about him. Where is he? What has become of him? And she glanced apprehensively towards the door. Halfway to Tunbridge, or should be by now. Tunbridge? Said she, in a tone of amazement, and turned to look at me again. Tunbridge, I repeated. But he is not the man to run away, said she doubtfully, even from you. No, indeed, said I, shaking my head. He certainly did not run away, but circumstances and a stone were too much, even for him. A stone? Upon which he happened to fall and strike his head, very fortunately for me. Was he much hurt? Stunned only, I answered. She was still kneeling beside my chair, but now she sat back and turned to stare into the fire, and, as she sat, I noticed how full and round and white her arms were, for her sleeves were rolled high, and that the hand, which yet held the sponge, was likewise very white, neither big nor little, a trifle wide perhaps, but with long, slender fingers. Presently, with a sudden gesture, she raised her head and looked at me again, a long, searching look. "Who are you?" she asked suddenly. "My name," said I, "is Peter." "Yes," she nodded, with her eyes still on mine. "Peter Smith," I went on, "and by that same token I am a blacksmith, very humbly at your service." "Peter Smith?" she repeated, as though trying the sound of it, hesitating at the surname, exactly as I had done. "Peter Smith? And mine is Charmian Brown." And here again was a pause between the two names. "Yours is a very beautiful name," said I, "especially the Charmian." "And yours," she retorted, "is a beautifully ugly one." "Yes?" "Especially the Peter." "Indeed, I quite agree with you," said I, rising. "And now, if I may trouble you for the towel, thank you." Forthwith I began to dry my face as well as I might on account of my injured thumb, while she watched me with a certain elusive merriment peeping from her eyes, and quivering at me round her lips, an expression half mocking, half amused, that I had seen there more than once already. Wherefore, to hide from her my consciousness of this, I fell to towelling myself vigorously, so much so that, forgetting the cut in my brow, I set it bleeding faster than ever. "Oh, you are very clumsy!" she cried, springing up, and, snatching the towel from me, she began to stanch the blood with it. "If you will sit down, I will bind it up for you." "Really, it is quite unnecessary," I demurred. "Quite," said she. "Is there anything will serve as a bandage?" "There is the towel," I suggested. "Not to be thought of!" "Then you might tear a strip off the sheet," said I, nodding towards the bed. "Ridiculous!" said she, and proceeded to draw a handkerchief from the bosom of her dress, and having folded it with great nicety and moistened it in the bowl, she tied it about my temples. Now, to do this, she had, perforce, to pass her arms about my neck, and this brought her so near that I could feel her breath upon my lips, and there stole to me out of her hair, or out of her bosom, a perfume very sweet, that was like the fragrance of violets at evening. But her hands were too dexterous, and, quicker than it takes to write, the bandage was tied, and she was standing before me, straight and tall. "There, that is more comfortable, isn't it?" she inquired, and with the words she bestowed a final little pat to the bandage, a touch so light, so ineffably gentle, that it might almost have been the hand of that long dead mother whom I had never known. "That is better, isn't it?" she demanded. "Thank you, yes, very comfortable," said I, but as the word left me, my glance, by accident, encountered the pistol near by, and at sight of it a sudden anger came upon me, for I remembered that, but for my intervention, this girl was a murderess. Wherefore I would fain have destroyed the vile thing, and reached for it impulsively, but she was before me, and snatching up the weapon, hid it behind her, as she had done once before. Give it to me, said I, frowning. It is an accursed thing. Yet it has been my friend to-night, she answered. Give it to me, I repeated. She threw up her head and regarded me with a disdainful air, for my tone had been imperative. Come, said I, and held out my hand. So, for a while, we looked into each other's eyes. Then, all at once, she dropped the weapon on the table before me and turned her back to me. I think, she began, speaking with her back still turned to me. Well, said I, that you have... Yes, said I, very unpleasant eyes. I'm very sorry for that, said I, dropping the weapon out of sight behind my row of books, having done which I drew both chairs nearer the fire and invited her to sit down. Thank you, I prefer to stand, said she loftily. As you will, I answered, but even while I spoke she seemed to change her mind, for she sank into the nearest chair and, chin in hand, stared into the fire. And so, said she, as I sat down opposite her, and so your name is Peter Smith, and you are a blacksmith? Yes, a blacksmith. And make horseshoes? Naturally, yes. And do you live here? Yes. Alone? Quite alone. And how long have you lived here alone? Not so long that I am tired of it. And is this cottage yours? Yes. That is, it stands on the Sefton estates, I believe, but nobody hereabouts would seem anxious to dispute my right of occupying the place. Why not? Because it is generally supposed to be haunted. Oh! It was built by some wanderer of the roads, I explained, a stranger to these parts, who lived alone here and eventually died alone here. Died here? Hanged himself on the staple above the door yonder. Oh! said she again, and cast a fearful glance toward the deep-driven, rusty staple. The country folk believe his spirit still haunts the place, I went on, and seldom or never venture foot within the hollow. And you are not afraid of this ghost? No, said I. It must be very lonely here. Delightfully so. Are you so fond of solitude? Yes, for solitude is thought, and to think is to live. And what did you do with the pistol? I dropped it out of sight behind my books yonder. I wonder why I gave it to you. Because, if you remember, I asked you for it. But I usually dislike doing what I am asked, and your manner was scarcely courteous. You also objected to my eyes, I think. Yes, she nodded. Said I. The dark night outside was filled with malignant demons now, who tore at the rattling casements, who roared and bellowed down the chimney, or screamed furiously round the cottage. But here, in the warm firelight, I heeded them not at all, watching, rather, this woman, where she sat, leaned forward, gazing into the deep glow. And where the light touched her hair, it woke strange fires, red and bronze. And it was very rebellious hair, with little tendrils that gleamed, here and there, against her temples, and small, defiant curls that seemed to strive to hide behind her ear, or, bold and wanton, to kiss her snowy neck, out of sheer bravado. As to her dress, I, little by little, became aware of two facts, for whereas her gown was a rough, coarse material, such as domestic servants wear, the stockinged foot that peeped at me beneath its hem, her shoes were drying on the hearth, was clad in a silk so fine that I could catch through it the gleam of the white flesh beneath. From this apparent inconsistency I deduced that she was of educated tastes but poor, probably a governess, or, more likely still, taking her hands into consideration, with their long, prehensile fingers, a teacher of music, and she was going on to explain to myself her present situation as the outcome of beauty, poverty, and the devil, when she sighed, glanced toward the door, shivered slightly, and reaching her shoes from the hearth, prepared to slip them on. "They are still very wet," said I, deprecatingly. "Yes," she answered. "Listen to the wind," said I. "It is terribly high." "And it rains very hard," said I. "Yes," and she shivered again. "It will be bad travelling for any one to-night," said I. Charmian stared into the fire. "Indeed, it would be madness for the strongest to stir abroad on such a night." Charmian stared into the fire. What with the wind and the rain, the roads would be utterly impassable, not to mention the risks of falling trees or shattered boughs." Charmian shivered again. "And the inns are all shut, long ago. To stir out, therefore, would be the purest folly." Charmian stared into the fire. "On the other hand, here are a warm room, a good fire, and a very excellent bed." She neither spoke nor moved, only her eyes were raised suddenly and swiftly to mine. "Also," I continued, returning her look, "here, most convenient to your hand, is a fine sharp knife, in case you are afraid of the ghost or any other midnight visitant. And so, good night, madam." Saying which, I took up one of the candles and crossed to the door of that room, which had once been Donald's. But here I paused to glance back at her. "Furthermore," said I, snuffing my candle with great nicety, "madam need have no farther qualms regarding the colour of my hair and eyes, none whatever." Whereupon I bowed somewhat stiffly on account of my bruises, and, going into my chamber, closed the door behind me. Having made the bed, for since Donald's departure I had occupied my two beds alternately, I undressed slowly, for my thumb was very painful. Also, I paused frequently to catch the sound of the light, quick footstep beyond the door, and the whisper of her garments as she walked. "Charmian," I said to myself, when at length all was still. "Charmian," and I blew out my candle. Outside, the souls of the unnumbered dead still rode the storm, and the world was filled with their woeful lamentation. But, as I lay in the dark, there came to me a faint perfume as of violets at evening time, elusive and very sweet, breathing of Charmian herself, and putting up my hand, I touched the handkerchief that bound my brow. "Charmian," said I to myself again, and so fell asleep. End of which, among other matters, has to do with bruises and bandages. Section 18 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 5. In which I hear ill news of George. The sun was pouring in at my lattice when I awoke next morning to a general soreness of body that at first puzzled me to account for. But as I lay in that delicious state between sleeping and waking, I became aware of a faint, sweet perfume, and, turning my head, espied a handkerchief upon the pillow beside me, and immediately I came to my elbow, with my eyes directed to the door, for now indeed I remembered all. And beyond that door, sleeping or waking, lay a woman. In the early morning things are apt to lose something of the glamour that was theirs overnight. Thus I remained propped upon my elbow, gazing apprehensively at the door, and with my ears on the stretch, hearkening for any movement from the room beyond that should tell me she was up. But I heard only the early chorus of the birds and the gurgle of the brook, swollen with last night's rain. In a while I rose and began to dress somewhat awkwardly on account of my thumb, yet with rather more than my usual care, stopping occasionally to hear if she was yet astir. Being at last fully dressed, I sat down to wait until I should hear her footstep, but I listened vainly, for minute after minute elapsed until, rising at length, I knocked softly, and having knocked twice, each time louder than before, without effect, I lifted the latch and opened the door. My first glance showed me that the bed had never been slept in, and that save for myself the place was empty. And yet the breakfast table had been neatly set, though with but one cup and saucer. Now beside this cup and saucer was one of my few books, and picking it up, I saw that it was my Virgil. Upon the fly-leaf at which it was open, I had, years ago, scrawled my name thus, Peter Vibart. But lo, close under this, written in a fine Italian hand, were the following words: To Peter Smith, Esquire, the Smith underlined, blacksmith, Charmian Brown, Brown likewise underlined, desires to thank Mr. Smith, Yet because thanks are so poor and small, and his service so great, needs must she remember him as a gentleman, yet oftener as a blacksmith, and most of all as a man. Charmian Brown begs him to accept this little trinket in memory of her. It is all she has to offer him. He may also keep her handkerchief. Upon the table, on the very spot where the book had lain, was a gold heart-shaped locket, very quaint and old-fashioned, upon one side of which was engraved the following posy: "He who mine heart would keep for long shall be a gentle man and strong." Attached to the locket was a narrow blue riband, wherefore, passing this riband over my head, I hung the locket about my neck, and having read through the message once more, I closed the Virgil, and, replacing it on a shelf, set about brewing a cup of tea, and so presently sat down to breakfast. I had scarcely done so, however, when there came a timid knock at the door, whereat I rose expectantly, and immediately sat down again. "Come in," said I. The latch was slowly raised, the door swung open, and the ancient appeared. If I was surprised to see him at such an hour, he was even more so, for, at sight of me, his mouth opened, and he stood staring speechlessly, leaning upon his stick. "Why, Ancient," said I, "you are early abroad this morning." "Lord!" he exclaimed, scarcely above a whisper. "Come in and sit down," said I. "Lord! Lord!" he murmured. "And a sat in his breakfast too! Lordy, Lord!" "Yes," I nodded, "and, such as it is, you are heartily welcome to share it. Sit down," and I drew up my other chair. "A eatin' his breakfast as ever was," repeated the old man, without moving. "And why not, Ancient?" "Why not?" he repeated disdainfully. "'Cause breakfast can't be ate by a corp, can it?" "A corpse, Ancient? What do you mean?" "I means a corp ain't got no right to eat no breakfast, no." "Why, no, certainly not." "Consequently, you aren't a corp, you'll be telling me." "I? No, not yet, God be thanked." "Peter," said the Ancient, shaking his head and mopping his brow with a corner of his neckerchief, "you do be forever a giving me turns, that you do." "Do I, Ancient?" "Ay, that you do, and me such an aged man too, such a very aged man. I wonders at ye, Peter, and me wi' my white hairs. Oh, I wonders at ye," said he, sinking into the chair I had placed for him, and regarding me with a stern, reproving eye. "If you will tell me what I have been guilty of," I began. "I come down here, Peter, so early as it be, too. I come down here to look for your corp after the storm and what happened last night. I comes down here, and what does I find? I finds ye eating your breakfast, just as if there never hadn't been no storm at all, no, nor nothing else." "I'm sure," said I, pouring out a second cup of tea, "I'm sure I would sooner you find my corpse than any one else, and am sorry to have disappointed you again. But really, Ancient—" "Oh, you aren't the disappointment, Peter. I found one corp, and that's enough, I suppose, for an aged man like me. No, it aren't that. It's finding you eating your breakfast, just if there hadn't been no storm. No, nor yet no devil, wi' 'orns and a tail, and running up and down in the 'oller 'ere, and a roaring and a bellerin', as John Pringle said last night." "Ah, and what else did John Pringle say?" I inquired, setting down my cup. "Why, he come into the ball all wet and wild like, and wi' his two eyes a sticking out like gooseberries. He comes a busting into the tap, and never says a word till he's emptied old Amos's tankard, that being nighest. Then, 'By goles,' he says, a looking round, 'by goles, I just seen the ghost.' 'Ghost?' says all on us, sitting up. 'Ye may be sure, Peter.' 'Ay,' says John, looking over his shoulder, scared like. 'Seed un wi' my own two eyes, I did, and what's more, I heard un too.' 'Where?' says all on us, beginning to look over our shoulders likewise. 'Where?' says John. 'Where should I ha' seen him but in that there gashly 'oller? I see a light, fust of all, a leaping and a dancing about among the trees. Ah, and I heard shouts as was enough to curdle a man's good blood.' 'Pooh! What light?' said Joel Amos, cocking his eye into his empty tankard. 'That bean't so much frighten a man, no, nor shouts neither.' 'Aren't I?' says John Pringle, fierce like. 'What if I tell ye the place be full of flaming fire? What if I tell you I seen the devil hisself, all smoke and sparks and brimstone, a floating and a flying and dragging a body through the tops of the trees? Lord, said everybody, and well they might, Peter, and nobody says nothing for a while. I wonder, says Joel Amos at last, I wonder who it was dragging through the tops of the trees, and why? That'll be poor Peter being took away, says I. I'll go and find the poor lad's corp in the morning, and here I be. And you find me not dead after all your trouble, said I. If, said the ancient, sighing, if your arms was broke or your legs was broke now, or if your hair was singed or your face all burned and blackened with sulphur, I could have took it kinder. But to find ye sitting, eating and drinking, it aren't what I expected of you, Peter, no. Shaking his head moodily, he took from his hat his never-failing snuff-box, but, having extracted a pinch, paused suddenly in the act of inhaling it, to stare at me very hard. But, he said, in a more hopeful tone, but your face be all bruised and swole up, to be sure, Peter. Is it ancient? Ah, that it be, that it be, he cried, his eyes brightening, and your thumbs all bandaged too. Why, so it is, ancient. And Peter, the pinch of snuff fell, and made a little brown cloud on the snow of his smock-frock as he rose, trembling, and leaned towards me across the table. Well, ancient? Your throat. Yes, what of it? It be all marked, scratched it be, tore as if claws had been at it, Peter, long, sharp claws. Is it, ancient? Peter, oh, Peter, said he, with a sudden quaver in his voice, who was it? What was it, Peter? And he laid a beseeching hand upon mine. Peter! His voice had sunk almost to a whisper, and the hand plucked tremulously at my sleeve, while in the wrinkled old face was a look of pitiful entreaty. Oh, Peter, a lad, 'twere old Nick as done it. 'Twere the devil as done it, weren't it? Oh, say 'twere the devil, Peter. And seeing that hoary head all a-twitch with eagerness as he waited my answer, how could I do other than nod? Yes, it was the devil, ancient. The old man subsided into his chair, embracing himself exultantly. I knowed it, he quavered. 'Twere the devil flying off with Peter, says I. And they fools laughed at me, Peter. Aye, laughed at me, they did. And they won't laugh at the old man no more, not they. Old I be, but they won't laugh at me no more, not when they see your face and I tell 'em. Here he paused to fumble for his snuff-box, and, opening it, held it towards me. Take a pinch with me, Peter. No, thank you, ancient. Come, 'twould be a wonderful thing as I took out snuff of my very own box with a man as fou't with the devil. Come, take a pinch, Peter, he pleaded. Whereupon, to please him, I did so, and immediately fell most violently a sneezing. And, pursued the old man, when the paroxysm was over, did ye see his horns, Peter, and his— Why, no, ancient. You see, he happened to be wearing a bell-crowned hat and a long coat. An hat and coat? Said the man, in a disappointed tone. A hat, Peter? Yes, I nodded. To be sure, the Scriptures say as he goeth up and down like a ravening lion, seeking whom he may devour. Yes, said I, but more often, I think, like a fine gentleman. I never heard tell of the devil in a bell-crowned hat before. But p'raps you'm right, Peter. Take another pinch of snuff. No more, said I, shaking my head. Why, it's apt to catch you a bit at first, but, Lord, Peter, for a man as fought with the devil. One pinch is more than enough, ancient. Oh, Peter, 'tis a wonderful thing as you should be alive this day. And yet, ancient, many a man has fought the devil before now, and lived, nay, has been better for it. Maybe, Peter, maybe, but not on such a terrible wild night as last night was. Saying which, the old man nodded emphatically, and, rising, hobbled to the door. Yet there he turned and came back. I nigh forgot, Peter. I have news for ye. News? News as ever was. News as'll surprise ye, Peter. Well? I inquired. Well, Peter, Black Jarge be took again. What? I exclaimed. Oh, I knowed 'twould come. I knowed he couldn't last much longer. I says to Simon, day afore yesterday it were, Simon, I says, mark my words, he'll never last the month out, no. How did it happen, ancient? Got terrible drunk, he did, over to Cranbrook. Throwed Mr. Scrope, the beadle, over the churchyard wall. Knocked down Jeremy Tullinger, the watchman, and then went to sleep. While he were asleep they managed, cautious like, to tie his legs and arms, and locked him up mighty secure in the vestry. Hows'ever, when he woke up, he broke the door open and walked out, and nobody tried to stop him. Not a soul, Peter." "And when was all this?" "Why, that was the very point," chuckled the Ancient. "That's the wonnerful part of it, Peter. It all happened on Saturday night, day afore yesterday as ever was, the same day I says to Simon, mark my words, he won't last the month out." "And where is he now?" "Nobody knows, but there's them that says he's making for Sefton Woods." Hereupon, breakfast done, I rose and shook my hat. "Where away, Peter?" "To the forge. There is much work to be done, Ancient." "But Jarge bain't there to help ye." "Yet the work remains, Ancient." "Well then, if you'm going, I'll go with ye, Peter." So we presently set out together. All about us as we walked were mute evidences of the fury of last night's storm. Trees had been uprooted, and great branches torn from others as if by the hands of angry giants, and the brook was a raging torrent. Down here in the hollow the destruction had been less, but in the woods above the giants had worked their will, and many an empty gap showed where, erstwhile, had stood a tall and stately tree. "Trees be very like men," said the Ancient, nodding to one that lay prone beside the path. "Here to day and gone to morrow, Peter, gone to morrow. The man in the Bible, him as was cured of his blindness by the blessed Lord, he said as men were like trees walking, but to my mind, Peter, trees is much more like men a standing still. You see, Peter, trees be such companionable things. It's very seldom as you see a tree growing all by itself, and when you do, if you look at it, you can't help but notice how lonely it do look. Aye, its very leaves seem to have a downhearted sort o' drop. I knowed 3 of 'em once, elm trees they was, growing all close together, so close that their branches used to touch each other when the wind blew, jest as if they was shaking hands with one another, Peter. You could see as they was uncommon fond of each other with half an eye. Well, one day along comes a storm and blows one of 'em down, kills it dead, Peter, and a little while later they cuts down another, Lord knows why, and there was the last one, all alone and solitary. Now I used to watch that there tree, and here's the curious thing, Peter, day by day I see that tree a drooping and drooping, a withering and a pining for them other two, brothers you might say, till one day I came by, and there it were, Peter, a standing up so big and tall as ever, but dead. Ay, Peter, dead it were, and never put forth another leaf, and never will, Peter, never. And if you was to ask me, I should say it died because its 'eart were broken, Peter. Yes, trees is very like men, and the older you grow, the more you'll see it." I listened. It was thus we talked, or rather, the Ancient talked and I listened, until we reached Sissinghurst. At the door of the smithy we stopped. "Peter," said the old man, staring very hard at the button on my coat. "Well, Ancient?" "What about that there poor old rusty staple?" "Why, it is still above the door, Ancient. You must have seen it this morning." "Oh, ah, I seed it, Peter, I seed it," answered the old man, shifting his gaze to a rolling white cloud above. "I give it a glimp over, Peter, but what d'ye think of it?" "Well," said I, aware of the fixity of his gaze and the wistful note in his voice, "it is certainly older and rustier than it was." "Rustier, Peter?" "Much rustier." Very slowly a smile dawned on the wrinkled old face, and very slowly the eyes were lowered till they met mine. Lad, I be glad o' that. We be all growing older, Peter, and, though I be a wonderful man for my age, and so strong as a cart horse, Peter, still I do sometimes feel I be growing rustier wi' length o' days, and 'tis a comfort to know that the staple a growing rustier along wi' me. Old I be, but the staple's old too, Peter, and I be waiting for the day when it shall rust itself away altogether, and when that day comes, Peter, then I'll say like the old patriarch in the Bible, 'Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace.' Amen, Peter." "Amen," said I, and so, having watched the old man totter across to the bull, I turned into the smithy and set about lighting the fire. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Section 19 of the Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 6, in which I learn of an impending danger. I am at the forge, watching the deepening glow of the coals as I ply the bellows, and listening to their hoarse, not unmusical drone. It seems like a familiar voice, or the voice of a familiar, albeit a somewhat wheezy one, speaking to me in stertorous gasps, something in this wise: Charmian Brown desires to thank Mr. Smith, but because thanks are so poor and small, and his service so great, needs must she remember him. "Remember me," said I aloud, and letting go the shaft of the bellows the better to think this over, it naturally followed that the bellows grew suddenly dumb, whereupon I seized the handle and recommenced blowing with a will. "Remember him as a gentleman," wheezed the familiar. "Pshaw!" I exclaimed. "Yet oftener as a smith." "Hum!" said I. "And most of all as a man." "As a man," said I, and turning my back upon the bellows, I sat down upon the anvil, and, taking my chin in my hand, stared away to where the red roof of old Amos's oast house peeped through the swaying green of leaves. "As a man," said I to myself again, and so fell a dreaming of this Charmian. And in my mind I saw her, not as she had first appeared, tall and fierce and wild, but as she had been when she stooped to bind up the hurt in my brow, with her deep eyes brimful of tenderness, and her mouth sweet and compassionate. Beautiful eyes she had, though whether they were blue or brown or black I could not for the life of me remember. Only I knew I could never forget the look they had held when she gave that final pat to the bandage. And here I found that I was turning a little locket round and round in my fingers, a little old-fashioned heart-shaped locket, with its quaint inscription: "He whom mine heart would keep for long Shall be a gentleman and strong." I was sitting thus, plunged in a reverie, when a shadow fell across the floor, and looking up, I beheld Prudence, and straightway slipping the locket back into the bosom of my shirt, I rose to my feet, somewhat shamefaced to be caught thus idle. Her face was troubled, and her eyes red, as from recent tears, while in her hand she held a crumpled paper. "Mr. Peter," she began, and then stopped, staring at me. "Well, Prudence? You've seen him." "Him? Who do you mean?" "Black Jarge." "No. What should make you think so?" "Your face be all cut. You've been fighting." "And supposing I have? That is none of George's doing. He and I are very good friends. Why should we quarrel?" "Well, then it warn't Jarge?" "No. I have not seen him since Saturday." "Thank God!" she exclaimed, pressing her hand to her bosom as if to stay its heaving. "But you must go," she went on breathlessly. "Oh, Mr. Peter, I've been so fearful for 'ee, and you might meet each other any time, so you must go away." "Prudence," said I, "Prudence, what do you mean?" For answer she held out the crumpled paper, and, scrawled in great, straggling characters, I read these words: "Prudence, I am going away. I shall kill him else, but I shall come back. Tell him not to cross my path, or God help him, and you, and me. George." "What does it all mean, Prudence?" said I, like a fool. Now, as I spoke, glancing at her, I saw her cheeks, that had seemed hitherto more pale than usual, grow suddenly scarlet, and meeting my eyes, she hid her face in her two hands. Then, seeing her distress, in that same instant I found the answer to my question, and so stood turning poor George's letter over and over, more like a fool than ever. "You must go away, you must go away," she repeated. "Humph!" said I. "You must go soon. He means it. I've seen death in his face," she said, shuddering. "Go to-day. The longer you stay here, the worse for all of us. Go now." "Prudence," said I. "Yes, Mr. Peter," from behind her hands. "You always loved Black George, didn't you?" "Yes, Mr. Peter. And you still love him, don't you?" A moment's silence. Then, "Yes, Mr. Peter." "Excellent," said I. Her head was raised a trifle, and one tearful eye looked at me over her fingers. I had always hoped you did, I continued, for his sake and for yours, and in my way, a very blundering way as it seems now, I have tried to bring you two together. Prudence only sobbed. But things are not hopeless yet. I think we can see a means of straightening out this tangle. Oh, if we only could, sobbed Prudence. You see, I were very cruel to him, Mr. Peter. Just a little, perhaps, said I, and while she dabbed at her pretty eyes with her snowy apron, I took pen and ink from the shelf where I kept them, which, together with George's letter, I set upon the anvil. Now, said I, in answer to her questioning look, write down just here, below where George signed his name, what you told me a moment ago. You mean that that you love him, yes. Oh, Mr. Peter! Prudence, said I, it is the only way, so far as I can see, of saving George from himself, and no sweet, pure maid need be ashamed to tell her love, especially to such a man as this, who worships the very ground that little shoe of yours has once pressed. She glanced up at me under her wet lashes as I said this, and a soft light beamed in her eyes, and a smile hovered upon her red lips. Do he really, Mr. Peter? Indeed he does, Prudence, though I think you must know that without my telling you. So she stooped above the anvil, blushing a little, and sighing a little, and crying a little, and with fingers that trembled somewhat, to be sure, wrote these 4 words, George, I love you. What now, Mr. Peter? She inquired, seeing me begin to unbuckle my leather apron. Now, I answered, I am going to look for Black George. No, no, she cried, laying her hands upon my arm. No, no. If you do meet him, he'll kill 'ee. I don't think he will, said I, shaking my head. Oh, don't go, she pleaded, shaking my arm in her eagerness. He be so strong and wild and quick, he'll give 'ee no chance to speak. 'Twill be murder. Prudence, said I, my mind is set on it. I am going, for your sake, for his sake, and my own. Saying which, I loosened her hands gently, and took down my coat from its peg. Dear God, she exclaimed, staring down at the floor with wide eyes, if he were to kill 'ee! Well, said I, my search would be ended, and I should be a deal wiser in all things than I am to-day. And he would be hanged, said Prudence, shuddering. Probably, poor fellow, said I. At this she glanced quickly up, and once again the crimson dyed her cheeks. Oh, Mr. Peter, forgive me. I were only thinking of George, and quite right too, Prudence, I nodded. He is indeed worth any good woman's thoughts. Let it be your duty to think of him, and for him, henceforth. Wait, she said, wait. And turning, she fled through the doorway and across the road, swift and graceful as any bird, and presently was back again, with something hidden in her apron. He be a strong man, and terrible in his wrath, said she, and I love him, but take this with you, and if it must be, use it, because I do love him. Now, as she said this, she drew from her apron that same brass-bound pistol that had served me so well against the ghost, and thrust it into my hand. Take it, Mr. Peter, take it, but, oh, here a great sob choked her voice. Don't use it, if you can help it, for my sake. Why, Prue, said I, touching her bowed head very tenderly, how can you think I would go up against my friend with death in my hand? Heaven forbid! So I laid aside the weapon, and, clapping on my hat, strode out into the glory of the summer morning, but left her weeping in the shadows. Chapter 7, which narrates a somewhat remarkable conversation. To find a man in Cambourne Woods, even so big a man as Black George, would seem as hard a matter as to find the needle in the proverbial bottle of hay. The sun crept westward, the day declined into evening, yet, hungry though I was, I persevered in my search, not so much in the hope of finding him, in the which I knew I must be guided altogether by chance, as from a disinclination to return just yet to the cottage. It would be miserable there at this hour, I told myself, miserable and lonely. Yet why should I be lonely, I, who had gloried in my solitude hitherto? Whence then had come this change?
While I stood thus, seeking an answer to this self-imposed question, and finding none, I heard someone approach, whistling, and, looking about, beheld a fellow with an axe upon his shoulder, who strode along at a good pace, keeping time to his whistle. He gave me a cheery greeting as he came up, but without stopping. "You seem in a hurry," said I. "Ah," grinned the man over his shoulder, "'cause why? 'Cause I be going home." "Home?" said I. "To supper," he nodded, and forthwith began to whistle again, while I stood listening till the clear notes had died away. "Home," said I for the second time, and there came upon me a feeling of desolation such as I had never known even in my neglected boyhood's days. Home! Truly a sweet word, a comfortable word, the memory of which has been as oil and wine to many a sick and weary traveller upon this broad highway of life. A little word, and yet one which may come betwixt a man and temptation, covering him like a shield. Roof and walls, be they cottage or mansion, do not make home, thought I. Rather, it is the atmosphere of mutual love, the intimacies of thought, the joys and sorrows endured together, and the never-failing sympathy, that bond invisible yet stronger than death. And because I had hitherto known nothing of this, I was possessed of a great envy for this axe-fellow as I walked on through the wood. Now as I went, it was as if there were two voices arguing together within me, whereof ensued the following triangular conversation. Myself. Yet I have my books. I will go to my lonely cottage, and bury myself among my books. First voice. Assuredly. Is it for a philosopher to envy a whistling axe-fellow? Go to. Second voice. Far better a home and loving companionship than all the philosophy of all the schools. Surely happiness is greater than learning, and more to be desired than wisdom. First voice. Better rather than destiny had never sent her to you. Myself, rubbing my chin very hard, and staring at nothing in particular. Her? Second voice. Her, to be sure, she who has been in your thoughts all day long. First voice, with lofty disdain. Crass folly! A woman utterly unknown, who came heralded by the roar of wind and the rush of rain, a creature born of the tempest, with flame in her eyes and hair, and fire in the scarlet of her mouth, a fierce, passionate being, given to hot impulse, even to the taking of a man's life. But, said I, somewhat diffidently, the fellow was a proved scoundrel. First voice, bellowing. Sophistry, sophistry! Even supposing he was the greatest of villains, does that make her less a murderess in intent? Myself. Hum! First voice, roaring. Of course not. Again, can this woman even faintly compare with your ideal of what a woman should be? This shrew, this termagant, can a woman whose hand has the strength to level a pistol, and whose mind the will to use it, be of a gentle nature, clinging, sweet? Second voice, sotto, and sticky. First voice, howling. Of course not. Preposterous. Hereupon, finding no answer, I strode on through the alleys of the wood. But when I had gone some distance, I stopped again, for there rushed over me the recollection of the tender pity of her eyes and the gentle touch of her hand, as when she had bound up my hurts. Nevertheless, said I doggedly, her face can grow more beautiful with pity, and surely no woman's hand could be lighter or more gentle. First voice, with withering contempt. Our Peter fellow is like to become a preposterous ass. But, unheeding, I thrust my hand into my breast, and drew out a small handful of cambric, whence came a faint perfume of violets, and, closing my eyes, it seemed that she was kneeling before me, her arms about my neck, as when she had bound this handkerchief about my bleeding temples. Truly, said I, for that one sweet act alone, a woman might be worth dying for. Second voice, or better still, living for. First voice, in high indignation. Balderdash, sir, sentimental balderdash. Second voice, a truth incontrovertible. Folly, said I, and threw the handkerchief from me. But next moment, moved by a sudden impulse, I stooped and picked it up again. First voice, our Peter fellow is becoming the fool of fools. Myself, no, of that there is not the slightest fear, because she is gone. and thus I remained staring at the handkerchief for a great while. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 8. In which I see a vision in the glory of the moon, and eat of a poached rabbit. The moon was rising as, hungry and weary, I came to that steep descent I have mentioned more than once, which leads down into the hollow, and her pale radiance was already upon the world, a sleeping world wherein I seemed alone. And as I stood to gaze upon the wonder of the heavens and the serene beauty of the earth, the clock in Cranbrook church chimed 9. All about me was a soft stirring of leaves and the rustle of things unseen, which was the breathing of a sleeping host. Borne to my nostrils came the scent of wood and herb and dewy earth, while upstealing from the shadow of the trees below, the voice of the brook reached me, singing its never-ending song, now loud and clear, now sinking to a rippling murmur. A melody of joy and sorrow, of laughter and tears, like the greater melody of life. And presently I descended into the shadows, and, walking on the side of the brook, sat me down upon a great boulder, and straightway my weariness and hunger were forgotten, and I fell a-dreaming. Truly it was a night to dream in, a white night, full of the moon and the magic of the moon. Slowly she mounted upwards, peeping down at me through whispering leaves, checkering the shadows with silver, and turning the brook into a path of silver for the feet of fairies. Yes, indeed, the very air seemed fraught with a magic whereby the unreal became the real, and things impossible the manifestly possible. And so, staring up at the moon's pale loveliness, I dreamed the deathless dreams of long-dead poets and romancers, wherein were the notes of dreamy lutes, the soft whisper of trailing garments, and sighing voices that called beneath the breath. Between Petrarch's Laura and Dante's Beatrice came one as proud and gracious and beautiful as they, deep-bosomed, broad-hipped, with a red, red mouth, and a subtle witchery of the eyes. I dreamed of nymphs and satyrs, of fauns and dryads, and of the young Endymion, who, on just such another night, in just such another leafy bower, waited the coming of his goddess. Now, as I sat thus, chin in hand, I heard a little sound behind me, the rustling of leaves, and turning my head, beheld one who stood half in shadow, half in moonlight, looking down at me beneath the shy languor of drooping lids, with eyes hidden by their lashes, a woman tall and fair, as strong as Dian's self. Very still she stood, and half wistful, as if waiting for me to speak, and very silent I sat, staring up at her as she had been the embodiment of my dreams conjured up by the magic of the night, while from the mysteries of the woods stole the soft sweet song of a nightingale. "Charmian?" said I at last, speaking almost in a whisper. Surely this was the sweet goddess herself, and I the wandering shepherd on Mount Ida's solitude. "Charmian!" said I again, "you have come then?" With the words I rose. "You have come then?" I repeated. But now she sighed a little, and turning her head away, laughed very sweet and low, and sighed again. "Were you expecting me?" I think I was. That is, I don't know," I stammered. "Then you were not very surprised to see me?" "No." "And you are not very sorry to see me?" "No." "And you are not very glad to see me?" "Yes." Here there fell a silence between us, yet a silence that was full of leafy stirrings, soft night noises, and the languorous murmur of the brook. Presently Charmian reached out a hand, broke off a twig of willow, and began to turn it round and round in her white fingers, while I sought vainly for something to say. "When I went away this morning," she began at last, looking down at the twig, "I didn't think I should ever come back again." "No, I suppose not," said I awkwardly. "But, you see, I had no money." "No money?" "Not a penny. It was not until I had walked a long, long way, and was very tired and terribly hungry, that I found I hadn't enough to buy even a crust of bread." "And there was £3 15s. 6d. in Donald's old shoe," said I. "Sevenpence," she corrected. "Sevenpence?" said I, in some surprise. £3 15s. 7d. I counted it." "Oh," said I. She nodded. "And in the other I found a small, very curiously shaped piece of wood." "Ah, yes, I've been looking for that all week. You see, when I made my table, by some miscalculation one leg persisted in coming out shorter than the others, which necessitated its being shored up by a book until I made that block." "Mr. Peter Vibart's Virgil book," she said, nodding to the twig. "Ye—es," said I, somewhat disconcerted. "It was a pity to use a book," she went on, still very intent upon the twig, "even if that book does belong to a man with such a name as Peter Vibart." Now, presently, seeing I was silent, she stole a glance at me, and looking, laughed. "But," she continued more seriously, "this has nothing to do with you, of course, nor me for that matter, and I was trying to tell you how hungry, how hatefully hungry I was, and I couldn't beg, could I, and so I—" "You came back," said I. "I came back." "Being hungry." "Famishing." £3 15s. and 7d. is not a great sum," said I, "but perhaps it will enable you to reach your family." "I'm afraid not. You see, I have no family." "Your friends, then?" "I have no friends. I am alone in the world." "Oh," said I, and turned to stare down into the brook, for I could think only that she was alone and solitary, even as I, which seemed like an invisible bond between us, drawing us each nearer the other, whereat I felt ridiculously pleased that this should be so. "No," said Charmian, still intent upon the twig, "I have neither friends nor family nor money, and so, being hungry, I came back here, and ate up all the bacon." "Why, I hadn't much left, if I remember." "6 slices." Now, as she stood, half in shadow, half in moonlight, I could not help but be conscious of her loveliness. She was no pretty woman. Beneath the high beauty of her face lay a dormant power that is ever at odds with prettiness, and before which I vaguely felt at a loss. And yet, because of her warm beauty, because of the elusive witchery of her eyes, the soft, sweet column of the neck, and the sway of the figure in the moonlight, because she was no goddess, and I no shepherd in Arcadia, I clasped my hands behind me, and turned to look down into the stream. "Indeed," said I, speaking my thought aloud, "this is no place for a woman, after all." "No," she said very softly. "No, although, to be sure, there are worse places." "Yes," she said, "I suppose so." "Then again, it is very far removed from the world, so that a woman must needs be cut off from all those little delicacies and refinements that are supposed to be essential to her existence." "Yes," she sighed. "Though what," I continued, "what on earth would be the use of a harp, let us say, or a pair of curling irons, in this wilderness, I don't know." "One could play upon the one and curl one's hair with the other, and there's a deal of pleasure to be had from both," said she. "Then also," I pursued, "this place, as I told you, is said to be haunted. Not," I went on, seeing that she was silent, "not that you believe in such things, of course. But the cottage is very rough, and ill and clumsily furnished, though, to be sure, It might be made comfortable enough, and—" "Well?" she inquired, as I paused. "Then—" said I, and was silent for a long time, watching the play of the moonbeams on the rippling water. "Well?" said she again at last. "Then," said I, "if you are friendless, God forbid that I should refuse you the shelter of even such a place as this. So, if you are homeless and without money, stay here if you will, so long as it pleases you." I kept my eyes directed to the running water at my feet as I waited her answer, and it seemed a very long time before she spoke. "Are you fond of stewed rabbit?" "Rabbit?" said I, staring. "With onions?" "Onions?" "Oh, I can cook a little, and supper is waiting." "Supper?" "If you are hungry." "I am ravenous." "Then why not come home and eat it?" "Home?" Instead of echoing my words and staring the poor moon out of countenance, "Come," and with the word she turned and led the way to the cottage. And behold, the candles were lighted, the table was spread with a snowy cloth, and a pot simmered upon the hob, a hob that gave forth an odour delectable, and over which Charmian bent forthwith, and into which she gazed with an anxious brow, and thrust an inquiring fork. "I think it's all right." "I'm sure of it," said I, inhaling the appetizing aroma. "But pray where did you get it?" "A man sold it to me. He had a lot of them." "Huh!" said I, "probably poached." "I bought this for sixpence, out of the old shoe." "Sixpence? Then they certainly were poached. These are the Cambourne woods, and everything upon them, fish, flesh, or fowl, living or dead, belongs to the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne." "Then perhaps we had better not eat it," said she, glancing at me over her shoulder. But meeting my eye, she laughed, and so we presently sat down to supper, and, poached though it may have been, that rabbit made a truly noble end notwithstanding. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Section 21 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 9, which relates somewhat of Charmian Brown. We were sitting in the moonlight. "Now," said Charmian, staring up at the luminous heaven, "let us talk." "Willingly," I answered. "Let us talk of stars." "No, let us talk of ourselves." "As you please." "Very well, you begin." "Well, I am a blacksmith." "Yes, so you told me before." "And I make horseshoes." "He is a blacksmith and makes horseshoes," said Charmian, nodding at the moon. "And I live here, in this solitude, very contentedly, so that it is only reasonable suppose that I shall continue to live here, and make horseshoes, though really—" I broke off, letting my eyes wander from my companion's upturned face back to the glowing sky once more. "There is little I could tell you about so commonplace a person as myself that is likely to interest you." "No," said Charmian, "evidently not." Here my gaze came down to her face again so quickly that I fancied I detected the ghost of a smile upon her lips. "Then," said I, "by all means let us talk of something else." "Yes," she agreed. "Let us talk of the woman Charmian Brown." A tress of hair had come loose, and hung low over her brow, and in its shadow her eyes seemed more elusive, more mocking than ever, and while our glances met, she put up a hand and began to wind this glossy tress round and round her finger. "Well?" said she. "Well," said I, "supposing you begin." "But is she likely to interest you?" "I think so, yes." "Aren't you sure, then?" Quite sure, certainly. Then why don't you say so? I thought you would take that for granted. A woman should take nothing for granted, sir. Then, said I, supposing you begin. I've half a mind not to, she retorted, curling the tress of hair again, and then suddenly, what do you think of Charmian Brown? I think of her as little as I can. Indeed, sir? Indeed, said I. And why, pray? Because, said I, knocking the ashes from my pipe, because the more I think about her, the more incomprehensible she becomes. Have you known many women? Very few, I confess, but I am not altogether unfamiliar with the sex, for I have known a great number in books. Our blacksmith, said Charmian, addressing the moon again, has known many women in books. His knowledge is, therefore, profound. And she laughed. May I ask why you laugh at me? Oh, said she, don't you know that women in books and women out of books are no more the same than day and night, or summer and winter? And yet there are thousands of women who exist for us in books only. Laura, Beatrice, Trojan Helen, Aspasia, and glorious Phryne, and hosts of others, I demurred. Yes, but they exist for us only as their historians permit them, as their biographers saw or imagined them. Would Petrarch ever have permitted Laura to do an ungracious act, or anything which, to his masculine understanding, seemed unfeminine? And would Dante have mentioned it, had Beatrice been guilty of one? A man can no more understand a woman from the reading of books than he can learn Latin or Greek from staring at the sky. Of that, said I, shaking my head, of that I am not so sure. Then, personally, you know very little concerning women? She inquired. I have always been too busy, said I. Here Charmian turned to look at me again. Too busy? She repeated, as though she had not heard aright. Too busy? Much too busy. Now, when I said this, she laughed, and then she frowned, and then she laughed again. You would much rather make a horseshoe than talk with a woman, perhaps? Yes, I think I would. Oh, said Charmian, frowning again, but this time she did not look at me. You see, I explained, turning my empty pipe over and over rather aimlessly, when I make a horseshoe, I take a piece of iron and, having heated it, I bend and shape it, and with every hammer stroke I see it growing into what I would have it. I am sure of it from start to finish. Now, with a woman it is different. You mean that you cannot bend and shape her like your horseshoe? Still without looking towards me. I mean that I fear I should never be quite sure of a woman as I am of my horseshoe. Why, you see, said Charmian, beginning to braid the tress of hair, a woman cannot at any time be said to resemble a horseshoe very much, can she? Surely, said I, surely you know what I mean. There are Laura and Beatrice and Helen and Aspasia and Phryne and hosts of others, said Charmian, nodding to the moon again. Oh yes, our blacksmith has read of so many women in books that he has no more idea of women out of books than I of Sanskrit. And in a little while, seeing I was silent, she condescended to glance towards me. Then I suppose, under the circumstances, you have never been in love. In love? I repeated, and dropped my pipe. In love. The Lord forbid! Why, pray? Because love is a disease, a madness coming between a man and his life's work. Love, said I, it is a calamity. Never having been in love himself, our blacksmith very naturally knows all about it, said Charmian to the moon. I speak only of such things as I have read, I began. More books, she sighed. Words of men much wiser than I, poets and philosophers written when they were old and grey-headed, Charmian broke in, when they were quite incapable of judging the matter. though many a great philosopher loved, now, didn't he?" "To be sure," said I, rather hipped. "Dionysius Lambienus, I think, says somewhere that a woman with a big mouth is infinitely sweeter in the kissing, and—" "Do you suppose he read that in a book?" she inquired, glancing at me sideways. "Why, as to that," I answered, "a philosopher may love, but not for the mere sake of loving." "For whose sake, then, I wonder?" "A man who esteems trifles for their own sake is a trifler, but one who values them rather for the deductions that may be drawn from them, he is a philosopher." Charmian rose and stood looking down at me very strangely. "So," said she, throwing back her head, "so, throned in lofty might, superior Mr. Smith thinks love a trifle, does he?" "My name is Vibart, as I think you know," said I, stung by her look or her tone, or both. "Yes," she answered, seeming to look down at me from an immeasurable attitude, "but I prefer to know him just now as superior Mr. Smith." "As you will," said I, and rose also, but even then, though she had to look up to me, I had the same inward conviction that her eyes were regarding me from a great height, wherefore I attempted, quite unsuccessfully, to light my pipe. And after I had struck flint and steel vainly, perhaps a dozen times, Charmian took the box from me, and, igniting the tinder, held it for me while I lighted my tobacco. "Thank you," said I, as she returned the box, and then I saw that she was smiling. "Talking of Charmian Brown," I began. "But we are not." "Then suppose you begin." "Do you really wish to hear about that humble person?" "Very much." "Then you must know, in the first place, that she is old, sir, dreadfully old." "But," said I, "she really cannot be more than 23 or 4 at the most." "She is just 21," returned Charmian, rather hastily, I thought. "Quite a child." "No, indeed, it is experience that ages one, and by experience she is quite 200. The wonder is that she still lives." "Indeed it is." "And being of such a ripe age, it is probable that she, at any rate, has been in love." "Scores of times." "Oh," said I, puffing very hard at my pipe. "Or fancied so," said Charmian. "That," I replied, "that is a very different thing." "Do you think so?" "Well, isn't it?" "Perhaps." "Very well, then, continue, I beg." "Now this woman," Charmian went on, beginning to curl the tress of hair again, "hating the world about her with its shams, its hypocrisy and cruelty, ran away from it all one day with a villain." "And why with a villain?" "Because he was a villain." "That," said I, turning to look at her, "that I do not understand." "No, I didn't suppose you would," she answered. "H'm," said I, rubbing my chin. "And why did you run away from him?" "Because he was a villain." "That was very illogical," said I. "But very sensible, sir." Here there fell a silence between us, and, as we walked, now and then her gown would brush my knee, or her shoulder touch mine, for the path was very narrow. "And did you—" I began suddenly, and stopped. "Did I what, sir?" "Did you love him?" said I, staring straight in front of me. "I ran away from him." "And do you love him?" "I suppose," said Charmian, speaking very slowly, "I suppose you cannot understand a woman hating and loving a man, admiring and despising him, both at the same time." "No, I can't." "Can you understand one glorying in the tempest that may destroy her, riding a fierce horse that may crush her, or being attracted by a will strong and masterful, before which all must yield or break?" "I think I can." "Then," said Charmian, "this man is strong and wild and very masterful, and so I ran away with him." "And do you love him?" We walked on some distance ere she answered. "I don't know." Not sure, then? No. After this we fell silent altogether, yet once, when I happened to glance at her, I saw that her eyes were very bright beneath the shadow of her drooping lashes, and that her lips were smiling, and I pondered very deeply as to why this should be. Re-entering the cottage, I closed the door, and waited the while she lighted my candle. And having taken the candle from her hand, I bade her good night, but paused at the door of my chamber. "You feel quite safe here?" "Quite safe." "Despite the colour of my hair and eyes, you have no fear of Peter Smith?" "None." "Because he is neither fierce, nor wild, nor masterful?" "Because he is neither fierce nor wild," she echoed. "Nor masterful," said I. "Nor masterful," said Charmian, with averted head. So I opened the door, but, even then, must needs turn back again. "Do you think I am so very different from him?" "As different as day from night, as the lamb from the wolf," said she, without looking at me. "Good night, Peter." "Good night," said I, and so, going into my room, I closed the door behind me. "A lamb!" said I, tearing off my neckcloth, and sat for some time listening to her footsteps and the soft rustle of her petticoats going to and fro. "A lamb!" said I again, and slowly drew off my coat. As I did so, a little cambric handkerchief fell to the floor, and I kicked it forthwith into a corner. "A lamb!" said I for the third time, but, at this moment, came a light tap upon the door. "Yes," said I, without moving. "Oh, how is your injured thumb?" "Thank you, it is as well as can be expected." "Does it pain you very much?" "It is not unbearable," said I. "Good night, Peter," and I heard her move away, but presently she was back again. "Oh, Peter!" "Well? Are you frowning?" I think I was. Why?" "When you frown, you are very like him, and have the same square set of the mouth and chin, when you are angry. So please don't frown, Peter. Good night." "Good night, Charmian," said I, and stooping, I picked up the little handkerchief and thrust it under my pillow. End of Book 2, Chapter 9.
Section 22 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 10. I am suspected of the black art. Vibart. The word had been uttered close behind me, and very softly, yet I started at this sudden mention of my name, and stood for a moment with my hammer poised above the anvil, ere I turned and faced the speaker. He was a tall man with a stubbly growth of grizzled hair around his lank jaws, and he was leaning in at that window of the smithy, which gave upon a certain grassy back lane. "You spoke, I think," said I. "I said Vibart." "Well?" "Well." "And why should you say Vibart?" "And why should you start?" Beneath the broad flapping hat his eyes glowed with a sudden intensity as he waited my answer. "It is familiar," said I. "Ah, familiar!" he repeated, and his features were suddenly contorted as with a strong convulsion, and his teeth gleamed between his pallid lips. My hammer was yet in my grasp, and, as I met this baleful look, my fingers tightened instinctively around the shaft. "Familiar?" said he again. "Yes," I nodded, "like your face, for it would almost seem I have seen you somewhere before, and I seldom forget faces." "Nor do I," said the man. Now, while we were thus fronted each other, there came the sound of approaching footsteps, and John Pringle, the carrier, appeared, followed by the pessimistic Job. "Marnin', Peter. Them 'orseshoes," began John, pausing just outside the smithy door. "You was to finish 'em this afternoon. If so be as they bean't done, you being short-handed without George, why, I can wait." Now, during this speech, I was aware that both his and Job's eyes had wandered from my bandaged thumb to my bare throat, and become fixed there. "Come in and sit down," said I, nodding to each as I blew up the fire. "Come in." For a moment they hesitated, then John stepped gingerly into the smithy, closely followed by Job, and watching them beneath my brows as I stooped above the shaft of the bellows, I saw each of them furtively cross his fingers. "Why do you do that, John Pringle?" said I. "Do what, Peter?" "Cross your fingers." "Why, you see, Peter," said John, glancing in turn at the floor, the rafters, the fire, and the anvil, but never at me, "you see, it be just a kind of way of mine." "But why does Job do the same?" "And why do you look at a man so sharp and sudden-like?" retorted Job sullenly. "Dang me, if it aren't enough to send cold shivers up a chap's spine. I never see such a pair of eyes afore, no, nor don't want to again." "Nonsense," said I, "my eyes can't hurt you." "And 'ow am I to know that? 'Ow am I to be sure of that, and you with your throat all worn with devil's claws and demon's clutches? It bean't natural. Old Amos says so, and I says so." "Pure folly," said I, plucking the iron from the fire, and beginning to beat and shape it with my hammer. But presently, remembering the strange man who had spoken my name, I looked up, and then I saw that he was gone. "Where is he?" said I, involuntarily. "Where's who?" inquired John Pringle, glancing about uneasily. "The fellow who was talking to me as you came up." "I didn't see no fellow," said Job, looking at John and edging nearer the door. "Nor me neither," chimed in John Pringle, looking at Job. "Why, he was leaning in at the window here, not a minute ago," said I, and plunging the half-finished horseshoe back into the fire, I stepped out into the road, but the man was nowhere to be seen. "Very strange," said I. "What might he have been like now?" inquired John. "He was tall and thin and wore a big flapping hat." John Pringle coughed, scratched his chin, and coughed again. "What is it, John?" I inquired. "Why, then, you couldn't happen to notice, in wearing his hat, you couldn't happen to notice if he had ever a pair of horns, Peter?" "Horns!" I exclaimed. "Or a tail, Peter?" "Or even a hoof, now," suggested Job. "Come," said I, looking from one to the other, "what might you be driving at?" "Why, you see, Peter," answered John, coughing again and scratching his chin harder than before, "you see, Peter, it aren't natural for a human being to go vanishing away like this here. If it were a man as you were a-talking to—" "Which I doubt," muttered Job. "If it were a man, Peter, then I axes you, where is that man?" Before I could answer this pointed question, old Joel Amos hobbled up. He paused on the threshold to address someone over his shoulder. "Come on, James, here he be. Come forward, James, like a man." Thus adjured, another individual appeared, a somewhat flaccid-looking individual, with colourless hair and eyes, one who seemed to exhale an air of apology, as it were, from the hobnailed boot upon the floor to the grimy forefinger that touched the straw-like hair in salutation. "Morning, Peter," said old Amos. "This here is Dutton." "How do you do?" said I, acknowledging the introduction, "and what can I do for Mr. Dutton?" The latter, instead of replying, took out a vivid Belcher handkerchief, and apologetically mopped his face. "Speak up, James Dutton," said old Amos. "Lord!" exclaimed Dutton, "Lord! I do be that 'ot. You speak for I, Amos, do." "Well," began old Amos, not ill-pleased, "this 'ere Dutton wants to ask you a question. 'E do, Peter." "I shall be glad to answer it if I can," I returned. "You 'ear that? Well, ax your question, James Dutton," commanded the old man. "Why, you see, Amos," began Dutton, positively reeking apology, "I do be that uncommon 'ot. You axin." "Why, then, Peter," began Amos, with great unction, "it's his pigs." "Pigs?" I exclaimed, staring. "Ah, pigs, Peter," nodded old Amos. "Dutton's pigs. 'Is sow farrowed last week, at 3 in the morning, 9 of them." "Well?" said I, wondering more and more. Well, Peter, they was a fine hearty lot, and all a-doing well, till last Monday." "Indeed," said I. "Last Monday night 4 on 'em sickened and died." "Most unfortunate," said I. "And the rest has never been the same since." "Probably ate something that disagreed with them," said I, picking up my hammer and laying it down again. Old Amos smiled and shook his head. "You know James Dutton's pigsty, don't you, Peter?" "I really can't say that I do." "Yet you pass it every day on your way to the Aller. It lies just behind Simon's oast 'ouse, as James hisself will tell 'ee." "So it do," interpolated Dutton, with an apologetic nod, "which, leastways, if it don't, can't be know of." Having delivered himself of which, he buried his face in the belcher handkerchief. "Now, one evening, Peter," continued old Amos, "one evening you leaned over the fence o' that there pigsty, and stood a-looking at they pigs for, p'r'aps, 10 minutes." "Did I?" "Yea, that ye did. James Dutton see thee, an' his wife, she see ye too, an' I see ye." "Then," said I, "probably I did. Well?" "Well," said the old man, looking round upon his hearers, and bringing out each word with the greatest unction, "that theer evening were last Monday evening as ever was, the very same hour as Dutton's pig sickened and died." Hereupon John Pringle and Job rose simultaneously from where they had been sitting, and retreated precipitately at the door. "Lord!" exclaimed John. "I might ha' knowed it," said Job, drawing a cross in the air with his finger. "And so James Dutton wants to ax you to take it off, Peter," said old Amos. "To take what off?" "Why, the spell, for sure." Hereupon I gave free play to my amusement, and laughed, while the others watched me with varying expressions. "And so you think that I bewitched Dutton's pigs, do you?" said I at last, glancing from old Amos to the perspiring apology, who immediately began to mop his face and neck again. "And why," I continued, seeing that nobody appeared willing to speak, "why should you think it of me?" "Why, Peter, you bean't like ordinary folk, your eyes go through and through a man, and then, Peter, I mind as you come a-walking into Sissinghurst one night from Lord knows where, all covered with dust, and with a pack on your back." "You are wrong there, Amos," said I. "It was afternoon when I came, and the ancient was with me." "Ah, and where did you find ye, Peter? Come, speak up and tell us." "In the hollow," I answered. "Ah, he found ye in the very spot where the wanderer o' the roads hung himself 66 years ago." "There is nothing very strange in that," said I. "What's more, you come into the village, and beat Black Jarge throwing the hammer, and him the strongest man in all the south country." "I beat him because he did not do his best, so there is nothing strange in that either." "And then you lives all alone in that there ghastly holler, and you fights and struggles with devils and demons, all in the wind and rain and tearing tempest, and what's most of all, you comes back alive, and what's more yet, with devil marks upon ye and your throat all tore with claws. Old Gaffer be over proud of finding ye, but old Gaffer be doddering he be, and foolish with years. He'd ha' done much better to left ye alone. I've heerd of folk selling theirselves to the devil afore now. I've likewise heerd of the evil eye afore now. Ah, and knows one when I sees it." "Nonsense!" said I sternly. "Nonsense! This talk of ghosts and devils is sheer folly. I am a man like the rest of you, and could not wish you ill, even if I would come. Let us all shake hands, and forget this folly." And I extended my hand to old Amos. He glanced from it to my face, and immediately lowering his eyes, shook his head. "It's the evil eye," said he, and drew a cross upon the floor with his stick. "The evil eye." "Nonsense!" said I again. "My eye is no more evil than yours, or Job's. I never wished any man harm yet, nor wronged one, and I hope I never may. As for Mr. Dutton's pigs, if he take better care of them and keep them out of the damp, they will probably thrive better than ever. Come, shake hands." But one by one they edged their way to the door after old Amos, until only John Pringle was left. He for a moment stood hesitating, then, suddenly reaching out, he seized my hand and shook it twice. "I'll call for them horseshoes in the morning, Peter," said he, and vanished. "Arter all," I heard him say as he joined the others, "it's summat to have shook 'ands with a chap as fights with demons." Chapter 11. A Shadow in the Hedge. Over the uplands to my left the moon was peeping at me, very broad and yellow, as yet casting long shadows athwart my way. The air was heavy with the perfume of honeysuckle abloom in the hedges, a warm, still air wherein a deep silence brooded, and in which leaf fluttered not and twig stirred not, but it was none of this I held in my thoughts as I strode along, whistling softly as I went. Yet in a while, chancing to lift my eyes, I beheld the object of my reverie coming towards me through the shadows. "Why, Charmian!" said I, uncovering my head. "Why, Peter!" "Did you come to meet me?" "It must be nearly 9 o'clock, sir." "Yes, I had to finish some work." "Did anyone pass you on the road?" "Not a soul." "Peter, have you an enemy?" "Not that I know of, unless it be myself. Epictetus says somewhere that—" "Oh, Peter, how dreadfully quiet everything is!" said she, and shivered. "Are you cold?" "No, but it is so dreadfully still." Now in one place the lane, narrowing suddenly, led between high banks crowned with bushes, so that it was very dark there. As we entered this gloom, Charmian suddenly drew closer to my side and slipped her hand beneath my arm and into my clasp, and the touch of her fingers was like ice. "Your hand is very cold," said I, but she only laughed, yet I felt her shiver as she pressed herself close against me. And now it was she who talked and I who walked in silence, or answered at random, for I was conscious only of the clasp of her fingers and the soft pressure of hip and shoulder. So we passed through this lane of shadows, walking neither fast nor slow, and ever her cold fingers clasped my fingers, and her shoulder pressed my arm while she talked and laughed, but of what I know not until we had left the dark place behind. Then she sighed deeply and turned, and drew her arm from mine almost sharply, and stood looking back, with her two hands pressed upon her bosom. "What is it?" "Look," she whispered, pointing. "There, where it's darkest, look." Now, following the direction of her finger, I saw something that skulked amid the shadows, something that slunk away and vanished as I watched. "A man!" I exclaimed, and would have started in pursuit, but Charmian's hands were upon my arm, strong and compelling. "Are you mad?" cried she, angrily. "Would you give him the opportunity I prevented? He was waiting there to shoot you, I think." And after we had gone on some little way, I spoke. "Was that why you came to meet me?" "Yes." "And kept so close beside me?" "Yes." "Ah, yes, to be sure," said I, and walked on in silence, and now I noticed that she kept as far from me as the path would allow. "Are you thinking me very unmaidenly again, sir?" "No," I answered, "no." "You see, I had no other way. Had I told you that there was a man hidden in the hedge, you would have gone to look, and then something dreadful would have happened." "How came you to know he was there?" "Why, after I had prepared supper, I climbed that steep path which leads to the road, and sat down upon the fallen tree that lies there, to watch for you, and as I sat there I saw a man come hurrying down the road." "A very big man?" "Yeah, very tall he seemed, and, as I watched, he crept in behind the hedge. While I was wondering at this, I heard your step on the road, and you were whistling." "And yet I seldom whistle." "It was you. I knew your step." "Did you, Charmian?" "I do wish you would not interrupt, sir." "I beg your pardon," said I humbly. "And then I saw you coming, and the man saw you too, for he crouched suddenly. I could only see him dimly in the shadow of the hedge, but he looked murderous, and it seemed to me that if you reached his hiding place before I did, something terrible would happen, and so—" "You came to meet me?" "Yes." "And walked close beside me so that you were between me and the shadow of the hedge?" "Yes." "And I thought—" I began and stopped. "Well, Peter?" Here she turned and gave me a swift glance beneath her lashes. "That it was because you were, perhaps, rather glad to see me." Charmian did not speak. Indeed, she was so very silent that I would have given much to have seen her face just then, but the light was very dim, as I have said. Moreover, she had turned her shoulder towards me. "But I am grateful to you," I went on, "very grateful, and it was very brave of you." "Thank you, sir," she answered in a very small voice, and I more than suspected that she was laughing at me. "Not," I therefore continued, "that there was any real danger." "What do you mean?" she asked quickly. "I mean that in all probability the man you saw was Black George, a very good friend of mine who, though he may imagine he has a grudge against me, is too much of a man to lie in wait to do me hurt." "Then why should he hide in the hedge?" "Because he committed the mistake of throwing the town beadle over the churchyard wall, and is, consequently, in hiding for the present." "He has an ill-sounding name." "And is the manliest, gentlest, truest, and the worthiest fellow that ever wore the leather apron." Seeing how perseveringly she kept the whole breadth of the path between us, I presently fell back and walked behind her. Now her head was bent, and thus I could not but remark the little curls and tendrils of hair upon her neck, whose sole object seemed to be to make the white skin more white by contrast. "Peter," said she suddenly, speaking over her shoulder, "of what are you thinking?" "Of a certain steak pasty that was promised for my supper," I answered immediately, mendacious. "Oh!" "And what," I inquired, "what were you thinking?" "I was thinking, Peter, that the shadow in the hedge may not have been Black George after all." End of Book 2, Chapters 10 and 11. Section 23 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapters 12 and 13. Who comes? "This table wobbles," said Charmian. "It does," said I, "but then I notice that the block is misplaced again." "Then why use a block?" "A book is so clumsy," I began. "Or a book, why not cut down the long legs to match the short one?" "That is really an excellent idea." "Then why didn't you before?" "Because, to be frank with you, it never occurred to me." "I suppose you are better as a blacksmith than as a carpenter, aren't you, Peter?" And seeing I could find no answer worthy of retort, she laughed, and sitting down, watched me while I took my saw forthwith and shortened the 3 long legs as she had suggested. Having done which, to our common satisfaction, seeing the moon was rising, we went and sat down on the bench beside the cottage door. "And are you a very good blacksmith?" she pursued, turning to regard me, chin in hand. "I can swing a hammer or shoe a horse with any smith in Kent, except Black George, and he is the best in all the south country." "And is that a very great achievement, Peter?" "It is not a despicable one." "Are you quite satisfied to be able to shoe horses well, sir?" "It is far better to be a good blacksmith than a bad poet or an incompetent prime minister." "Meaning that you would rather succeed in the little thing than fail in the great?" "With your permission I will smoke," said I. "Surely," she went on, nodding her permission, "surely it is nobler to be a great failure rather than a mean success." "Success is very sweet, Charmian, even in the smallest thing. For instance," said I, pointing to the cottage door that stood open beside her, "when I built that door and saw it swing on its hinges, I was as proud of it as though it had been—" "A really good door," interpolated Charmian, "instead of a bad one." "A bad one, Charmian?" "It's a very clumsy door, and has neither bolt nor lock." "There are no thieves hereabouts, and even if they were, they would not dare to set foot in the hollow after dark." "And then, unless one close it with great care, it sticks very tight." "That, obviating the necessity for a latch, is rather to be commended," said I. "Besides, it is a very ill-fitting door, Peter." "I have seen worse." "And it will be very draughty in cold weather." A blanket hung across will remedy that. Still, it can hardly be called a very good door, can it, Peter? Here I lighted my pipe without answering. I suppose you make horseshoes much better than you make doors? I puffed at my pipe in silence. You're not angry because I found fault with your door, are you, Peter? Angry? Said I. Not in the least. I'm sorry for that. Why sorry? Are you never angry, Peter? Seldom, I hope. I should like to see you so just once. Finding nothing to say in answer to this, I smoked my negro head pipe and stared at the moon, which was looking down at us through a maze of tree trunks and branches. Referring to horseshoes, said Charmian at last, are you content to be a blacksmith all your days? Yes, I think I am. Were you never ambitious then? Ambition is like rain, breaking itself upon what it falls on. At least so Bacon says, and oh, bother Bacon! Were you never ambitious, Peter? I was a great dreamer. A dreamer! She exclaimed with fine scorn. Are dreamers ever ambitious? Indeed, they are the most truly ambitious, I retorted. Their dreams are so vast, so infinite, so far beyond all puny human strength and capacity, that they, perforce, must remain dreamers always. Epictetus himself— I wish, sighed Charmian, I do wish— What do you wish? That you were not— That I was not— Such a pedant. Pedant? Said I, somewhat disconcerted. And you have a way of echoing my words that is very irritating. I beg your pardon, said I, feeling much like a chidden schoolboy, and I am sorry you should think me a pedant. And you're so dreadfully precise and serious, she continued. Am I, Charmian? And so very solemn and austere, and so ponderous, and egotistical, and calm. Yes, you're hatefully calm and placid, aren't you, Peter? And after I had smoked thoughtfully a while, I sighed. Yes, I fear I may seem so. Oh, I forgive you. Thank you. Though you needn't be so annoyingly humble about it, said she, and frowned, and even while she frowned, laughed, and shook her head. And pray, why do you laugh? Because, oh, Peter, you're such a boy. So you told me once before, said I, biting my pipe stem viciously. Did I, Peter? You also called me a lamb, I remember. At least you suggested it. Did I, Peter? And she began to laugh again, but stopped all at once and rose to her feet. Peter, said she with a startled note in her voice, don't you hear something? Yes, said I. Someone is coming. Yes. And they're coming this way. Yes. Oh, how can you sit there so quietly? Do you think— She began and stopped, staring into the shadows with wide eyes. I think, said I, knocking the ashes from my pipe and laying it on the bench beside me, that all things considered, you were wiser to go into the cottage for a while. No, oh, I couldn't do that. You would be safer, perhaps. I'm not a coward. I shall remain here, of course. But I had rather you went inside. And I much prefer staying where I am. Then I must ask you to go inside, Charmian. No, indeed, my mind is made up. Then I insist, Charmian. Mr. Vibart, she exclaimed, throwing up her head, you forget yourself, I think. I permit no one to order my going and coming, and I obey no man's command. Then I beg of you. And I refuse, sir. My mind is made up. And mine also, said I, rising. Why, what are you going to do? She cried, retreating as I advanced towards her. I'm going to carry you into the cottage. You would not dare. If you refuse to walk, how else can you get there? Said I. Anger, amazement, indignation, all these I saw in her eyes as she faced me, but anger most of all. Oh, you would not dare, she said again, and with a stamp of her foot. Indeed, yes, I nodded, and now her glance wavered beneath me, her head drooped, and with a strange little sound that was neither a laugh nor a sob, and yet something of each, she turned upon her heel, ran into the cottage, and slammed the door behind her. Chapter 13. A Peddler in Arcadia. The cottage, as I have said, was entirely hidden from the chance observer by reason of the foliage. Ash, alder, and bramble flourished luxuriantly, growing very thick and high, with here and there a great tree, but upon one side there was a little grassy glade, or clearing rather, some 10 yards square, and it was towards this that my eyes were directed, as I reseated myself upon the settle beside the door, and waited the coming of the unknown. Though the shadows were too deep for my eyes to serve me, yet I could follow the newcomer's approach quite easily by the sound he made. Indeed, I was particularly struck by the prodigious rustling of leaves. Whoever it was must be big and bulky, I thought, and clad probably in a long trailing garment. All at once I knew I was observed, for the sounds ceased, and I heard nothing save the distant bark of a dog and the ripple of the brook near by. I remained there for maybe a full minute, very still, only my fists clenched themselves as I sat listening and waiting, and that minute was an hour. "You won't be wanting ever a broom now?" The relief was so sudden and intense that I had much ado to keep from laughing outright. "You won't be wanting ever a broom now?" inquired the voice again. "No," I answered, "nor yet a fine leather belt with a steel buckle made in Brummagem as ever was." "Ah, it's you, is it?" said the pedlar, and forthwith Gabbing Dick stepped out of the shadows, brooms on shoulder and bulging pack upon his back, a sight of which the leafy tumult of his approach was immediately accounted for. "So it's you, is it?" he repeated, setting down his brooms and spitting lugubriously at the nearest patch of shadow. "Yes," I answered, "but what brings you here?" "I be going to sleep here, my chap." "Ah, you don't mind the ghost, then?" "Oh, Lord, no. There be only 2 things as I can't abide. Trees as ain't trees is one of them, and women's another." "Women? Come, didn't I once tell you I were married?" "You did." "Very well, then. Trees as ain't trees is bad enough, Lord knows, but women's worse. Ah," said the pedlar, shaking his head, "a sight worse. You see, trees ain't got tongues, leastways not as I've ever heerd tell on, and a tree never told a lie, or ate an apple, did it?" "What do you mean by ate an apple?" "I means as a tree can't tell a lie or eat an apple, but a woman can tell a lie, which she does, frequent, and as for apples—" "But—" I began. "Eve ate an apple, didn't she?" "The scriptures say so," I nodded. "And told a lie arterwards, didn't she?" "So we are given to understand." "Very well, then," said the pedlar, "there you are," and he turned to spit into the shadow again. "What's more," he continued, "it were a woman as done me out of my birthright." "How so?" "Why, it were Eve as got us drove out of the Garden of Eden, weren't it? If it hadn't been for Eve, I might have been living on milk and honey, and playing with butterflies instead of being married and peddling these 'ere brooms. Don't talk to me o' women, my chap. I can't abide 'em. If there's any trouble afoot, you may take your Bible oath as there's a woman 'bout somewheres. There always is." "Do you think so?" "I knows so. Ain't I a-hearing and a-seeing such all day, and every day? There's Black George, for one." "What about him?" "What about him?" repeated the pedlar. "Why, ain't his life been ruined, broke, wore away by one of them Eves?" "Very well, then." "What do you mean? How has his life been ruined?" "The usual way of it. George loves a girl. Girl loves George. Sugar ain't sweeter. Very well, then. Along comes another cove, a strange cove, a cove with nice white 'ands and soft taking ways. He talks with her, and walks with her, smiles at her, and poor George ain't nowheres. Poor George's cake is dough. And doughy dough at that." "How do you come to know all this?" "How should I come to know it but from the man hisself? Dick, says he, baptismal name Richard, but Dick for short. Dick, says he, d'ye see this 'ere stick? And he shows me a good stout cudgel cut out of the edge, and very neatly trimmed it were too. I sees it, George," says I. "And you see this one?" says he, holding up another as like the first one be to its fellow. I sees that one too, George, says I. Well, says George, one's for him and one's for me. He can take his choice, he says, and when we do meet it's a-going to be one or the other of us, he says, and what's more, he'll looked it. If I have to wait and foller him, says George, I'll catch him alone one of these fine nights, and it'll be man to man. And when did he tell you all this? This morning as ever was. Where did you see him? Oh, no, said the pedlar, shaking his head, not by no manner of means. I'm married, but I ain't that kind of a cove. What do you mean? The runners is arter him, looking for him high and low, and though married, I ain't one to give a man away. I ain't a friendly cove myself, never was and never shall be, never had a friend all my days, and don't want one, but I like Black George. I pities and I despises him. Why do you despise him? Because he carries on so, all about an Eve. Why, there ain't a woman breathing as is worth a man's troubling his lead over, no, nor ever will be. Yet here's Black George ready, and more than willing to get hisself hung, and all for a wench, a Eve. Get himself hanged? I repeated. Yeah, hung. Why, ain't he a-waiting and a-waiting to get at this cove with the nice white hands and the taking ways? Ain't he a-watching and a-watching to meet him some lonely night, and when he do meet him? The pedlar sighed. Well? Why, there'll be bloodshed, blood, quarts of it, buckets on it. Black George'll batter this here cove's head soft. So sure as I was baptized Richard, he'll lift this cove up in his great strong arms, and he'll throw this cove down, and he'll gore him and stamp him down under his feet, and this cove's blood'll go a-soaking and a-soaking into the grass, somewheres beneath some edge, or in some quiet corner of the woods, and the birds'll perch on this cove's breast, and flutter their wings in the cove's face, 'cause they'll know as this cove can never do anyone no hurt any more. Ugh! There'll be blood, gallons of it. I hope not, said I. You do you? Most fervently. And 'cause why? 'Cause I happen to be that cove, I answered. Ah, said the pedlar, eyeing me more narrowly. You are ye? I am. Yet you ain't got white hands. They were white once, said I. And I don't see your ways is soft, nor yet taking. None the less I am that cove. Oh, repeated the pedlar, and having turned this intelligence over in his mind, spat thoughtfully into the shadow again. You won't be wanting ever a broom, I think you said? No, said I. Very well then, he nodded, and lifting his brooms made towards the cottage door. Where are you going? To sleep in this here empty hut. But it isn't empty. So much the better, nodded the pedlar. Good night. And with the words he laid his hand upon the door, but as he did so it opened, and Charmian appeared. The pedlar fell back 3 or 4 paces, staring with round eyes. By goles! He exclaimed. So you're married then? Now when he said this I felt suddenly hot all over, even to the very tips of my ears, and for the life of me I could not have looked at Charmian. Why, I began, but her smooth, soft voice came to my rescue. No, he's not married, said she, far from it. Not? Said the pedlar. So much the better. Marriage ain't love. No, nor love ain't marriage. I'm a married cove myself, so I know what I'm a-saying. If folk do talk and shake their heads over ye, why let them. Only don't go a-spiling things by getting churched. You're a woman, but you're a fine un, a dasher by goals, nice and straight-backed, and round, and plump if I was this here cove. No, I know what. Here, I said hastily, here, sell me a broom. The pedlar drew a broom from his bundle and passed it to me. 1 shilling and 6pence, said he, which sum I duly paid over. Don't, he continued, pocketing his money and turning to Charmian, don't go spiling things by letting this young cove go a-marrying and a-churching ye. Nobody ever got married as didn't repent it some time or other, and what's more, when marriage comes in at the door, love flies out up the chimbley, and there you are. Now if you loves this young cove, Why, very good, if this here young cove loves you, which ain't to be wondered at, so much the better, but don't go a-marrying each other, and, as for the children, come, I'll take a belt, give me a belt, said I, more hastily than before. A belt, said the pedlar, a belt, yes, with a fine steel buckle made in, yes, yes, said I. 2 shillings and 6pence, said the pedlar. When I saw you last time you offered much the same belt for a shilling, I demurred. Ah, noted the pedlar, but bolts is riz. 1/2 crown's the price. Take it or leave it. It's getting late, said I, slipping the money into his hand, and I'll wish you a good night. You're in a hurry about it, ain't you? Yes. Ah, to be sure, nodded the fellow, looking from me to Charmian with an evil leer. Early to bed and come, get off, said I angrily. What, are you going to turn me away at this time of night? It is not so far to Sissinghurst, said I. But Lord, I won't disturb you, and there's 2 rooms, ain't there? There are plenty of comfortable beds to be had at the Bull. So you won't give me a night's shelter, eh? No, I answered, greatly annoyed by the fellow's persistence. And you don't want to buy nothing for the young woman, a necklace, or say a pair of garters? And here, meeting my eye, he shouldered his brooms hastily and moved off. And after he had gone some dozen yards or so, he paused and turned. Very well then, he shouted. I hopes as you gets your head knocked off, and gets it knocked off soon. Having said which, he spat up into the air toward me, and trudged off. End of Book 2, Chapter 13.
Section 24 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 24. Chapter 14. Concerning Black George's Letter. It was with a feeling of great relief that I watched the fellow out of sight. Nevertheless, his very presence seems to have left a blight upon all things, for he, viewing matters with the material eye of common sense, had thereby contaminated them. Even the air seemed less pure and sweet than it had been heretofore, so that, glancing over my shoulder, I was glad to see that Charmian had re-entered the cottage. Here, said I to myself, here is common sense in the shape of a half-witted peddling fellow, blundering into Arcadia, in the shape of a haunted cottage, a woman and a man. Straightway our pedlar, being common sense, misjudges us, as indeed would every other common sense individual the world over, for Arcadia, being of itself abstract and immaterial, is opposed to, and incapable of, being understood by concrete common sense, and always will be. And there's the rub. And yet, said I, thanks to the wanderer of the roads who built this cottage and hanged himself here, and thanks to a Highland Scot who performed wonderfully on the bagpipes, there is little chance of any common-sense vagrant venturing near Arcadia again, at least until the woman is gone, or the man is gone, or— Here, going on to rub my chin, being somewhat at a loss, I found that I had been standing all this while, the broom in one hand and the belt in the other, and now, hearing a laugh behind me, I turned and saw Charmian was leaning in the open doorway, watching me. "And so you are the cove with the white hands and the taking ways, are you, Peter?" "Why, you were actually listening, then?" "Why, of course I was." "That," said I, "that was very undignified." "But very feminine, Peter." Hereupon I threw the belt from me one way and the broom the other, and sitting down upon the bench began to fill my pipe rather awkwardly, being conscious of Charmian's mocking scrutiny. "Poor, poor Black George!" she sighed. "What do you mean by that?" said I quickly. "Really, I can almost understand his being angry with you." "Why?" "You walked with her and talked with her, Peter, like Caesar. You came, you saw, you conquered." Here I dragged my tinder box from my pocket so awkwardly as to bring the lining with it, and even smiled at her, Peter, and you so rarely smile. Having struck flint and steel several times without success, I thrust the tinder box back into my pocket and fixed my gaze upon the moon. Is she so very pretty, Peter? I stared up at the moon without answering. I wonder if you bother her with your Epictetus and Dryasdust quotations. I bit my lips and stared up at the moon. Or perhaps she likes your musty books and philosophy. But presently, finding that I would not speak, Charmian began to sing, very sweet and low, as if to herself, yet when I chanced to glance towards her, I found her mocking eyes still watching me. Now the words of her song were these: "Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune." And so, at last, unable to bear it any longer, I rose and, taking my candle, went into my room and closed the door. But I had been there scarcely 5 minutes when Charmian knocked. "Oh, Peter, I wish to speak to you, please." Obediently I opened the door. "What is it, Charmian?" "You dropped this from your pocket when you took out your tinder box so clumsily," said she, holding towards me a crumpled paper. And looking down at it, I saw that it was Black George's letter to Prudence. Now, as I took it from her, I noticed that her hand trembled, while in her eyes I read fear and trouble. And seeing this, I was, for a moment, unwontedly glad, and then wondered at myself. "You did not read it, of course?" said I, well knowing that she had. "Yes, Peter, it lay open, and—" "Then," said I, speaking my thought aloud, "you know that she loves George." "He means you harm," said she, speaking with her head averted, "and if he killed you—" "I should be spared a deal of sorrow, and mortification, and other people would be no longer bothered by Epictetus and Dryasdust quotations." She turned suddenly, and, crossing to the open doorway, stood leaning there. "But indeed," I went on hurriedly, "there is no chance of such a thing happening, not the remotest. Black George's bark is 1,000 times worse than his bite. This letter means nothing, nothing at all," I ended, somewhat lamely, for she had turned and was looking at me over her shoulder. "If he has to wait and wait, and follow you," said she in the same low tone. "Those are merely the words of a half-mad peddler," said I. "And your blood will go soaking and soaking into the grass." "Our peddler has a vivid imagination," said I lightly, but she shook her head and turned to look out upon the beauty of the night once more, while I watched her, chin in hand. "I was angry with you to night, Peter," said she at length, "because you ordered me to do something against my will, and I did it. And so I tried to torment you. You will forgive me for that, won't you?" "There is nothing to forgive, nothing, and good night, Charmian." Here she turned and, coming to me, gave me her hand. "Charmian Brown will always think of you as a—" "Blacksmith," said I. "As a blacksmith," she repeated, looking at me with a gleam in her eyes, "but oftener as a—" "Pedant," said I. "As a pedant," she repeated obediently, "but most of all as a—" "Well?" said I. "As a man," she ended, speaking with bent head. And here again I was possessed of a sudden gladness that was out of all reason, as I immediately told myself. "Your hand is very small," said I, finding nothing better to say. "Smaller even than I thought." "Is it?" And she smiled and glanced up at me beneath her lashes, for her head was still bent. "And wonderfully smooth and soft." "Is it?" said she again, but this time she did not look up at me. Now another man might have stooped and kissed those slender, shapely fingers, but as for me, I loosed them rather suddenly, and once more bidding her good night, re-entered my own chamber and closed the door. But to-night, lying upon my bed, I could not sleep, and fell to watching the luminous patch of sky framed in my open casement. I thought of Charmian, of her beauty, of her strange whims and fancies, her swift changing moods and her contrariness, comparing her, in turn, to all those fair women I had ever read of or dreamed over in my books. Little by little, however, my thoughts drifted to Gabbing Dick and Black George, and with my mind's eye I could see him as he was, perhaps at this very moment, fierce-eyed and grim of mouth, sitting beneath some hedgerow, while, knife in hand, he trimmed and trimmed his two bludgeons, one of which was to batter the life out of me. From such disquieting reflections I would turn my mind to sweet-eyed Prudence, to the ancient, the forge, and the 1,001 duties of the morrow. I bethought me once more of the storm, of the coming of Charmian, of the fierce struggle in the dark, of the postilion, and of Charmian again. And yet, in spite of me, my thoughts would revert to George, and I would see myself even as the pedlar pictured me, out in some secluded corner of the woods, lying stiffly upon my back, with glassy eyes staring up sightlessly through the whispering leaves above, while my blood soaked and soaked into the green, and with a blackbird singing gloriously upon my motionless breast. Chapter 15. Which, being in parenthesis, may be skipped if the reader so desire. As this life is a broad highway along which we must all of us pass whether we will or no, as it is a thoroughfare sometimes very hard and cruel in the going, and beset by many hardships, sometimes desolate and hatefully monotonous, so also must its aspect sooner or later change for the better, and the stony track overpassed, the choking heat and dust left behind, we may reach some green refreshing haven shady with trees, and full of the cool sweet sound of running waters. Then who shall blame us if we pause unduly in this grateful shade, and, lying upon our backs awhile, gaze up through the swaying green of trees to the infinite blue beyond, ere we journey on once more, as soon we must, to front whatsoever of good or evil lies waiting for us in the hazy distance. To just such a place I am now come, in this my history, the record of a period which I afterwards remembered as the happiest I had ever known, the memory of which must remain with me, green and fragrant everlastingly. If in the forthcoming pages you shall find overmuch of Charmian, I would say, in the first place, that it is by her and upon her that this narrative hangs, and in the second place, that in this part of my story I find my greatest pleasure. Though here, indeed, I am faced with a great difficulty, seeing that I must depict as faithfully as may be, that most difficult, that most elusive of all created things, to wit, a woman. Truly I begin to fear lest my pen fail me altogether, for the very reason that it is of Charmian that I would tell, and of Charmian I understand little more than nothing. For what rule has ever been devised whereby a woman's mind may be accurately gauged, and who of all those wise ones who have written hitherto, poets, romancers, or historians, has ever fathomed the why and wherefore of the mind feminine? A fool indeed were I to attempt a thing impossible, but I do seek to show her to you as I saw her, and to describe her in so far as I learned to know her. And yet, how may I begin? I might tell you that her nose was neither arched nor straight, but perfect none the less. I might tell you of her brows, straight and low, of her eyes, long and heavy lashed, of her chin, firm and round and dimpled. And yet that would not be Charmian, for I could not paint you the scarlet witchery of her mouth with the sudden bewildering changes, nor show you how sweetly the lower lip curved up to meet its mate. I might tell you that to look into her eyes was like gazing down into very deep water, but I could never give you their varying beauty, nor the way she had with her lashes, nor can I ever describe her rich, warm colouring, nor the lithe grace of her body. Thus it is that I misdoubt my pen of its task, and fear that, when you shall have read these pages, you shall at best have caught but a very imperfect reflection of Charmian as she really is. Wherefore I will waste no more time or paper upon so unprofitable a task, but hurry on with my narrative, leaving you to find her out as best you may. End of Section 24.
Section 25 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arlene Stebbins. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Section 25, Book 2, Chapter 16. Concerning, among other matters, the price of beef and the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne. Charmian sighed, bit the end of her pen, and sighed again. She was deep in her housekeeping accounts, adding and subtracting, and, between whiles, regarding the result with a rueful frown. Her sleeves were rolled up over her round white arms, and I inwardly wondered if the much vaunted frinds were ever more perfect in their modelling, or of a fairer texture. Had I possessed the genius of a Praxiteles, I might have given to the world a masterpiece of beauty to replace his vanished Venus of Cnidus. But, as it happened, I was only a humble blacksmith, and she a fair woman who sighed, and nibbled her pen, and sighed again. What is it, Charmian? Compound addition, Peter, and I hate figures. I detest, loathe, and abominate them, especially when they won't balance. Then never mind them, said I. Never mind them, indeed, the idea, sir! How can I help minding them when living costs so much and we are so poor? Are we? said I. Why, of course we are. Yes, to be sure, I suppose we are, said I dreamily. Lais was beautiful, Thais was alluring, and Berenice was famous for her beauty. But then, could either of them have shown such arms, so long, so graceful in their every movement, so subtly rounded in their lines, arms which, for all their seeming firmness, must, I thought, be wonderfully soft to the touch, and smooth as ivory, and which found a delicate sheen where the light kissed them? "We have spent 4 shillings for meat this week, Peter," said Charmian, glancing up suddenly. "Good!" said I. "Nonsense, sir, 4 shillings is most extravagant." "Oh, is it, Charmian? Why, of course it is." "Oh," said I, "yes, perhaps it is." "Perhaps!" said she, curling her lip at me. "Perhaps, indeed!" Having said which, Charmian became absorbed in her accounts again, and I in Charmian. In Homer we may read that the loveliness of Briseis caused Achilles much sorrow. Ovid tells us that Chione was beautiful enough to inflame 2 gods, and that Antiope's beauty drew down from heaven the mighty Jove himself. And yet, was either of them formed and shaped more splendidly than she who sat so near me, frowning at what she had written, and petulantly biting her pen? "Impossible," said I, so suddenly that Charmian started and dropped her pen, which I picked up, feeling very like a fool. "What did you mean by impossible, Peter?" "I was thinking merely." "Then I wish you wouldn't think so suddenly next time." "I beg your pardon." "Nor be so very emphatic about it." "No," said I, no." Hereupon, deigning to receive her pen back again, she recommenced her figuring while I began to fill my pipe. 2 shillings for tea!" "Excellent," said I. "I do wish," she sighed, raising her head to shake it reproachfully at me, "that you would be a little more sensible." "I'll try." "Tea at 12 shillings a pound is a luxury." "Undoubtedly." "And to pay 2 shillings for a luxury when we are so poor is sinful." "Is it, Charmian?" "Of course it is." "Oh," said I, "and yet life without tea, more especially as you brew it, would be very stale, flat, and unprofitable, and Bacon and eggs, 1 shilling and 4 pence, she went on, consulting her accounts. Ah, said I, not venturing on good this time. Butter, 1 shilling. Said I cautiously, with an air of turning this over in my mind. Vegetables, 10 pence. To be sure, said I, nodding my head, 10 pence certainly. And bread, Peter, this in a voice of tragedy, 8 pence. Excellent, said I recklessly, whereat Charmian immediately frowned at me. Oh, Peter, said she with a sigh of resignation, you possess absolutely no idea of proportion. Here we pay 4 shillings for meat, and only 8 pence for bread. Had we spent less on luxuries and more on necessities, we should have had money in hand instead of, let me see, and she began adding up the various items before her with soft, quick little pats of her fingers on the table. Presently, having found the total, she leaned back in her chair, and summoning my attention with a tap of her pen, announced, "We have spent 9 shilling and 10 pence, Peter." "Good indeed," said I, "leaving exactly 2 pence over." "A penny for you and a penny for me." "I fear I am a very bad housekeeper, Peter." "On the contrary." "You earn 10 shillings a week." Well,
"And here is exactly 2 pence left. Oh, Peter!"
you are forgetting the tea and the beef and the other luxuries," said I, struck by the droop of her mouth.
"But you work so very, very hard, and earn so little that the little—"
"I work that I may live, Charmian, and lo, I am alive!"
"And dreadfully poor."
"And ridiculously happy."
"I wonder why,"
said she, beginning to draw designs on the page before her. Indeed, though I have asked myself that question frequently of late, I have as yet found no answer, unless it be my busy care-free life, and with the warm sun about me and the voice of the wind in the trees.
"Yes, perhaps that is it."
And yet I don't know, I went on thoughtfully, for now I come to think of it, my life has always been busy and care-free, and I have always loved the sun and the sound of the wind in the trees. Yet, like Horace, have asked, "What is happiness?" and looked for it in vain, and now, here, in this out-of-the-world spot, working as a village smith, it has come to me all unbidden and unsought, which is very strange.
"Yes, Peter,"
said Charmian, still busy with her pen. "Upon consideration, I think my thanks are due to my uncle for dying and leaving me penniless."
"Do you mean that he disinherited you?"
"In a way, yes. He left me his whole fortune, provided that I marry a certain lady within the year."
"A certain lady?"
"The Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne," said I. Charmian's pen stopped in the very middle of a letter, and she bent down to examine what she had been writing. "Oh," said she very softly, "the Lady Sophia Sefton of Cambourne." "Yes," said I.
"And your cousin, Sir Maurice, were the conditions the same in his case?"
"Precisely."
"Oh,"
said Charmian, just as softly as before.
"and this lady, she will not marry you?"
"No," I answered.
"Are you quite sure?"
"Certain. You see, I never intend to ask her."
Charmian suddenly raised her head and looked at me. "Why not, Peter?"
"Because should I ever marry, a remote contingency and most improbable, I am sufficiently self-willed to prefer to exert my own choice in the matter. Moreover, this lady is a celebrated toast, and it would be most repugnant to me that my wife's name should ever have been bandied from mouth to mouth, and hiccuped out over slopping wine-glasses." The pen slipped from Charmian's fingers to the floor, and before I could pick it up she had forestalled me, so that when she raised her head she was flushed with stooping.
"Have you never seen this lady, Peter?"
"Never, but I have heard of her. Who has not?"
"What have you heard?"
"That she galloped her horse up and down the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral, for one thing."
"What more?"
"That she is proud and passionate and sudden of temper. In a word, a virago." "Virago!" said Charmian, flinging up her head. "Virago," I nodded, "though she is handsome, I understand, in a strapping way, and I have it on very excellent authority that she is a black-browed goddess, a peach, and a veritable plum." "Strapping is a hateful word, Peter." "But very descriptive. And doesn't she interest you a little, Peter?" "Not in the least," said I. "And pray why not?" "Because I care very little for either peaches or plums." "Or black-browed goddesses, Peter?" "Not if she is big and strapping and possesses a temper." "I suppose, to such a philosopher as you, a woman or a goddess, black-browed or not, can scarcely compare with, or hope to rival, an old book, can she, sir?" "Why, that depends, Charmian." "On what?" "On the book," said I. Charmian rested her round elbows upon the table, and setting her chin in her hands, stared squarely at me. "Peter," said she. "Yes, Charmian." "If you did meet this lady, I think—" "Well?" "I know—" "What?" "That you would fall a very easy victim." "I think not," said I. "You would be her slave in a month, 3 weeks, or much less." "Preposterous!" I exclaimed. "If she set herself out to make you?" "That would be very immodest," said I. "Besides, no woman can make a man love her." "Do your books teach you that, Peter?" Here, finding I did not answer, she laughed and nodded her head at me. "You would be head over ears in love before you knew it." "I think not," said I, smiling. "You are the kind of man who would grow sick with love and never know what ailed him." "Any man in such a condition would be a pitiful ass," said I. Charmian only laughed at me again, and went back to her scribbling. "Then, if this lady married you," said she suddenly, "you would be a gentleman of good position and standing?" "Yes, I suppose so, and probably miserable." "And rich, Peter?" "I should have more than enough." "Instead of being a village blacksmith?" "With just enough, and absurdly happy and content," I added, "which is far more desirable. At least I think so." "Do you mean to say that you would rather exist here, and make horseshoes all your life, than live respected and rich?" "And married to—" "And married to the Lady Sophia?" "Infinitely," said I. "Then your cousin, so far as you are concerned, is free to woo and win her and your uncle's fortune?" "And I wish him well of his bargain," I nodded. "As for me, I shall probably continue to live here, and make horseshoes, wifeless and content." "Is marriage so hateful to you?" "In the abstract, no, for in my mind there exists a woman whom I think I could love very greatly, but in the actual, yes, because there is no woman in all the world that is like this woman of my mind." "Is she so flawlessly perfect, this imaginary woman?" "She is one whom I would respect for her intellect." "Yes." "Whom I would honor for her proud virtue." "Yes, Peter." "Whom I would worship for her broad charity, her gentleness and spotless purity." "Yes, Peter." "And love with all my strength for her warm sweet womanhood. In a word, she is the epitome of all that is true and womanly." "That is to say, as you understand such things, sir, and all your knowledge of woman and her virtues and failings you have learned from your books. Therefore misrepresented by history and distorted by romance, it is utterly false and unreal. And of course this imaginary creature of yours is ethereal, bloodless, sexless, unnatural, and quite impossible." Now, when she spoke thus, I laid down my pipe and stared, but before I could get my breath she began again, with curling lip and lashes that drooped disdainfully. "I quite understand that there can be no woman worthy of Mr. Peter Vibart. She whom he would honour with marriage must be specially created for him. Ah, but some day a woman, a real live woman, will come into his life, and the touch of her hand, the glance of her eyes, the warmth of her breath will dispel this poor, flaccid, misty creature of his imagination, who will fade and vanish into nothingness. And when the real woman has shown him how utterly false and impossible this dream woman was, then, Mr. Peter Vibart, I hope she will laugh at you, as I do, and turn her back upon you, as I do, and leave you for the very superior, very pedantic pedant that you are, and scorn you as I do, most of all because you are merely a creature." With the word she flung up her head and stamped her foot at me, and turning, swept out through the open door into the moonlight. "Creature?" said I, and so sat staring at the table, and the walls, and the floor, and the rafters, in blank amazement. But in a while, my amazement growing, I went and stood in the doorway, looking at Charmian, but saying nothing. And as I watched, she began to sing softly to herself, and putting up her hand, drew the comb from her hair so that it fell down, rippling about her neck and shoulders. And singing softly thus, she shook her hair about her, so that I saw it curled far below her waist, stooped her head, and parting it upon her neck, drew it over either shoulder, whence it flowed far down over her bosom in 2 glorious waves, for the moon, peeping through the rift in the leaves above, sent down her beams to wake small fires in it, that came and went, and winked with her breathing. "Charmian, you have glorious hair," said I, speaking on the impulse, a thing I rarely do. But Charmian only combed her tresses and went on singing to herself. "Charmian," I said again, "what did you mean when you called me a creature?" Charmian went on singing. "You called me a pedant once before. To be told that I am superior also is most disquieting. I fear my manner must be very unfortunate to afford you such an opinion of me." Charmian went on singing. "Naturally I am much perturbed, and doubly anxious to know what you wish me to understand by the epithet creature." Charmian went on singing. Wherefore, seeing she did not intend to answer me, I presently re-entered the cottage. Now, it is ever my custom, when at all troubled or put out in any way, to seek consolation in my books. Hence I now took up my Homer, and, trimming the candles, sat down at the table. In a little while Charmian came in, still humming the air of her song, and not troubling even to glance in my direction. Some days before, at her request, I had brought her linen and lace and ribbons from Cranbrook, and these she now took out, together with needle and cotton, and, sitting down at the opposite end of the table, began to sew. She was still humming, and this of itself distracted my mind from the lines before me. Moreover, my eye was fascinated by the gleam of her flying needle, and I began to debate within myself what she was making. It, whatever it might be, was ruffled and edged with lace, and caught here and there with little bows of blue riband, and from these and divers other evidences I had concluded it to be a garment of some sort, and was casting about in my mind to account for these bows of riband, when, glancing up suddenly, she caught my eye, whereupon, for no reason in the world, I felt suddenly guilty, to hide which I began to search through my pockets for my pipe. "On the mantel-shelf," said she. "What is?" "Your pipe." "Thank you," said I, and reached it down. "What are you reading?" she inquired. "Is it of Helen, or Aspasia, or Phryne?" "Neither. It is the parting of Hector and Andromache," I answered. "Is it very interesting?" "Yes." "Then why do your eyes wander so often from the page?" "I know many of the lines by heart," said I, and having lighted my pipe, I took up the book and once more began to read. Yet I was conscious all the time of Charmian's flashing needle. Also she had begun to hum again. And after I had endeavoured to read, and Charmian had hummed for perhaps 5 minutes, I lowered my book, and sighing glanced at her. "I am trying to read, Charmian," "So I see. And your humming confuses me." "It is very quiet outside, Peter." "But I cannot read by moonlight, Charmian." "Then don't read, Peter." Here she nibbled her thread with white teeth, and held up what she had been sewing to view the effect of a bow of riband, with her head very much on one side. And I inwardly wondered that she should spend so much care upon such frippery, all senseless bows and laces. "To hum is a very disturbing habit," said I. "To smoke an evil-smelling pipe is worse, much worse, Peter." "I beg your pardon," said I, and laid the offending object back upon the mantle. "Are you angry, Peter?" "Not the least. I am only sorry that my smoking annoyed you. Had I known before—" "It didn't annoy me in the least." "But from what you said I understood—" "No, Peter, you did not understand. You never understand, and I don't think you ever will understand anything but your Helens and Phrynes, and your Latin and Greek philosophies, and that is what makes you so very annoying and so quaintly original." "But you certainly found fault with my pipe." "Naturally. Didn't you find fault with my humming?" "Really," said I, "really, I fail to see—" "Of course you do," sighed Charmian, whereupon there fell a silence between us, during which she sewed industriously, and I went forth with brave Hector to face the mighty Achilles. But my eye had traversed barely 20 lines when— "Peter?" "Yes." "Do you remember my giving you a locket?" "Yes." "Where is it?" "Oh, I have it still, somewhere." "Somewhere, sir?" she repeated, glancing at me with raised brows. "Somewhere safe," said I, fixing my eyes upon my book. "It had a riband attached, hadn't it?" "Yes." "A pink riband, if I remember. Yes, pink." "No, it was blue," said I, unguardedly. "Are you sure, Peter?" And here, glancing up, I saved that she was watching me beneath her lashes. "Yes," I answered. "That is, I think so." "Then you are not sure?" "Yes, I am," said I. "It was a blue riband," and I turned over a page very ostentatiously. "Oh," said Charmian, and there was another pause, during which I construed probably 50 lines or so. "Peter?" "Well?" "Where did you say it was now, my locket?" "I didn't say it was anywhere." "No, you said it was somewhere, in a rather vague sort of way, Peter." "Well, perhaps I did," said I, frowning at my book. "It is not very valuable, but I prized it for association's sake, Peter." "Ah, yes, to be sure," said I, feigning to be wholly absorbed. "I was wondering if you ever wear it, Peter." "Wear it!" I exclaimed, glancing furtively down at myself. I was relieved to see that there were no signs of a betraying blue riband. "Wear it!" said I again. "Why should I wear it?" "Why, indeed, Peter, unless it was because it was there to wear." Suddenly she uttered an exclamation of annoyance, and taking up a candle began to look about the floor. "What have you lost?" "My needle, and I think it must have fallen under the table, and needles are precious in this wilderness. Won't you please help me to find it?" "With pleasure," said I, getting down upon my hands and knees, and together we began to hunt for the lost needle. Now, in our search it chanced that we drew near together, and once her hand touched mine, and once her soft hair brushed my cheek, and there stole over me a perfume like the breath of violets, the fragrance that I always associated with her, faint and sweet and alluring, so much so that I drew back from further chance of contact and kept my eyes directed to the floor. And after I had sought vainly for some time, I raised my head and looked at Charmian, to find her regarding me with a very strange expression. "What is it?" I inquired. "Have you found the needle?" Charmian sat back on her heels and laughed softly. "Oh yes, I've found the needle, Peter. That is, I never lost it." "Why, then, what did you mean?" For answer she raised her head and pointed to my breast. Then glancing hurriedly down, I saw that the locket had slipped forward through the bosom of my shirt and hung in plain view. I made an instinctive movement to hide it, but hearing her laugh, looked at her instead. "So this was why you asked me to stoop to find your needle?" "Yes, Peter." "Then you knew?" "Of course I knew." "Hum," said I. A distant clock chimed 11, and Charmian began to fold away her work, seeing which I rose and took up my candle. "And pray—" "Well?" "And pray," said I, staring hard at the flame of my candle, "how did you happen to find out?" "Very simply. I saw the riband round your neck days ago. Good night, Peter." "Oh," said I. "Good night." End of Section 25, Book 2, Chapter 16.
Section 26 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckel. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 27. The Omen. My lady sweet, arise, my lady sweet, arise, with everything that pretty is, my lady sweet, arise, arise, arise. It was morning, and Charmian was singing. The pure, rich notes floated in at my open lattice, and I heard the clatter of her pail as she went to fetch water from the brook. Wherefore I presently stepped out into the sunshine, my coat and neckcloth across my arm, to plunge my head and face into the brook, and carry back the heavy bucket for her, as was my custom. Being come to the brook, I found the brimming bucket, sure enough, but no Charmian. I was looking about wonderingly, when she began to sing again, and, guided by this, I espied her kneeling beside the stream. The water ran deep and very still just here, overhung by ash and alder and willow, whose slender curving branches formed a leafy bower wherein she half knelt, half sat, bending over to regard herself in the placid water. For a long moment she remained thus, studying her reflection, intent in this crystal mirror, and little by little her song died away. Then she put up her hands and began to rearrange her hair with swift, dexterous fingers, apostrophizing her watery image the while in this wise: "My dear, you are growing positively apple-cheeked, I vow you are. Your enemies might almost call you strapping, alack! And then your complexion, my dear, your adorable complexion," she went on with a rueful shake of her head, "you are as brown as a gipsy. Not that you need go breaking your heart over it, for between you and me, my dear, I think it rather improves you. The pity of it is that you have no one to appreciate you properly, to render to your charms the homage they deserve. No one, not a soul, my dear. Your hermit, bless you, can see or think of nothing that exists out of a book, which, between you and me, and the bucket yonder, is perhaps just as well. And yet, heigho! To be so lovely and so forlorn! Indeed, I could shed tears for you, if it would not make your eyelids swell and your classic nose turn red." Here she sighed again, and, taking a tendril of hair between her fingers, transformed it, very cleverly, into a small curl. "Yes, your tan certainly becomes you, my dear," she went on, nodding to her reflection. "Not that he will ever notice, dear heart, no. Were you suddenly to turn as black as a Hottentot before his very eyes, he would go on serenely smoking his pipe, and talk to you of Epictetus. Heigho!" Sighing thus, she broke off a spray of leaves, and proceeded to twine them in among the lustrous coils of her hair, bending over her reflection meanwhile, and turning her head this way and that to note the effect. "Yes," she said at last, nodding to her image with a satisfied air, "that touch of green sets off your gipsy complexion admirably, my dear. I could positively kiss you, I vow I could, and I am hard to please. St. Anthony himself, meeting you alone in the desert, would at least have run away from you, and that would have been some tribute to your charms. But our philosopher will just glance at you with his slow, grave smile, and tell you in his solemn, affable way that it is a very fine morning. Heigho!" Here, somewhat late in the day perhaps, perceiving that I was playing eavesdropper, I moved cautiously away, and, taking up the pail, returned to the cottage. I now filled the kettle and set it upon the fire, and proceeded to spread the cloth, a luxurious institution of Charmian's, on which she insisted, and to lay out the breakfast things, in the midst of which, however, chancing to fall into a reverie, I became oblivious of all things, till roused by a step behind me, and, turning, beheld Charmian standing, with the glory of the sun about her, like the spirit of summer herself, broad of hip and shoulder, yet slender and long of limb, all warmth and life, and long soft curves from throat to ankle, perfect with vigorous youth from the leaves that crowned her beauty to the foot that showed beneath her gown. And as I gazed upon her, silent and wondering, lo! though her mouth was solemn, yet there was laughter in her eyes as she spoke. "Well, sir, have you no greeting for me?" "It is a very fine morning," said I. And now the merriment overflowed her eyes, and she laughed, yet blushed a little too, and lowered her eyes from mine, and said, still laughing: "Oh, Peter, the teapot! Do mind the teapot!" "Teapot?" I repeated, and then I saw that I still held it in my hand. "Pray, sir, what might you be going to do with the teapot in one hand and that fork in the other?" "I was going to make tea, I remember," said I. "Is that why you were standing there staring at the kettle while it boiled over?" "I forgot all about the kettle," said I. So Charmian took the teapot from me, and set about brewing the tea, singing merrily the while. Anon she began to fry the bacon, giving each individual slice its due amount of care and attention, but her eyes chancing to meet mine, the song died upon her lip, her lashes flickered and fell, while up from throat to brow there crept a slow, hot wave of crimson, and in that moment I turned away and strode down to the brook. Now it happened that I came to that same spot where she had leaned, and, flinging myself down, I fell to studying my reflection in the water, even as she had done. Heretofore, though I had paid scant heed to my appearance, I had been content, in a certain impersonal sort of way, had dressed in the fashion, and taken advantage of such adornments as were in favor, as much from habit as from any set design. But now, lying beside the brook, with my chin propped in my hands, I began to study myself critically, feature by feature, as I had never dreamed of doing before. Mirrored in the clear waters, I beheld a face lean and brown, and with lank black hair. Eyes, dark and of a strange brilliance, looked at me from beneath a steep prominence of brow. I saw a somewhat high-bridged nose, with thin, nervous nostrils, a long cleft chin, and a disdainful mouth. Truly a saturnine face, cold and dark and unlovely, and thus, even as I gazed, the mouth grew still more disdainful, the heavy brow lowered blacker and more forbidding, and yet in that same moment I found myself sighing, while I strove to lend some order to the wildness of my hair. "Fool!" said I, and plunged my head beneath the water, and held it there so long that I came up puffing and blowing. Whereupon I caught up the towel, and fell to rubbing myself vigorously, so that presently, looking down into the water again, I saw that my hair was wilder than ever, all rubbed into long elf locks. Straightway I lifted my hands, and would have smoothed it somewhat, but checked the impulse. "Let be," said I to myself, turning away, "let be. I am as I am, and shall be henceforth in very truth a village blacksmith, and content so to be, absolutely content." At sight of me Charmian burst out laughing, the which, though I had expected it, angered me nevertheless. "Why, Peter!" she exclaimed, "you look like—" "A very low fellow," said I; "say a village blacksmith who has been at his ablutions. If you only had rings in your ears and a scarf round your neck, you'd be the image of a Spanish brigand, or like the man Mina, whose exploits the Gazette is full of. A Spanish general, I think." "A guerilla leader," said I, taking my place at the table, "and a singularly cold-blooded villain. Indeed, I think it probable that we much resemble one another. Is it any wonder I am shunned by my kind, avoided by the ignorant, and regarded askance by the rest?" "Why, Peter," said Charmian, regarding me with grave eyes, "what do you mean?" "I mean that the country folk hereabout go out of their way to avoid crossing my path. Not that I suppose they ever heard of Mina, but because of my looks." "Your looks?" "They think me possessed of the evil eye, or some such folly. May I cut you a piece of bread?" "Oh, Peter!" "Already, by divers honest-hearted rustics, I am credited with having cast a deadly spell upon certain unfortunate pigs, with having fought hand to hand with the hosts of the nethermost pit, and with having sold my soul to the devil. May I trouble you to pass the butter?" "Oh, Peter, how foolish of them!" "And how excusable, considering their ignorance and superstition," said I. "Mine, I am well aware, is not a face to win me the heart of man, woman, or child. They, especially women and children, share in common with dogs and horses that divine attribute which, for want of a better name, we'll call instinct, whereby they love or hate for the mere tone of a voice, the glance of an eye, the motion of a hand. The love or hate once given, the prejudice for or against is seldom wholly overcome." "Indeed," said Charmian, "I believe in first impressions." "Being a woman," said I. Being a woman, she nodded, and the instinct of dog and child and woman has often proved true in the end. "Surely instinct is always true?" said I. "I'd thank you for another cup of tea. Yet, strangely enough, dogs generally make friends with me very readily, and the few children to whom I've spoken have neither screamed nor run away from me. Still, as I said before, I am aware that my looks are scarcely calculated to gain the love of man, woman, or child. Not that it matters greatly, seeing that I am likely to hold very little converse with either. There is one woman, Peter, to whom you've talked by the hour together, and who is doubtless weary enough of it all, more especially of Epictetus and Trojan Helen." 2 lumps of sugar, Peter? Thank you. Women are very like flowers," I began. "That is a very profound remark, sir, more especially coming from one who has studied and knows womankind so deeply. And it is a pity that they should be allowed to waste their sweetness on the desert air." "And philosophical blacksmiths, Peter?" "More so if they be poor blacksmiths. I said philosophical, Peter. You probably find your situation horribly lonely here?" I went on after a pause. "Yes, it's nice and lonely, Peter." "And undoubtedly this cottage is very poor and mean and humble?" Charmian smiled and shook her head. "But then Charmian Brown is a very humble person." "And you haven't even the luxury of a mirror to dress your hair by." "Is it so very clumsily dressed, sir?" "No, no," said I hastily. "Indeed, I was thinking—" "Well, Peter?" "That it was very beautiful." "Why, you told me that last night. Come, what do you think of it this morning?" "With those leaves in it, it is even more so." Charmian laughed, and, rising, swept me a stately curtsy. "After all, sir, we find there to be exceptions to every rule." "You mean—" "Even blacksmiths." And in a while, having finished my breakfast, I rose, and, taking my hat, bade Charmian good morning, and so came to the door. But on the threshold I turned and looked back at her. She had risen, and stood leaning with one hand on the table. Now in the other she held the bread knife, and her eyes were upon mine. And lo, wonder of wonders! Once again, but this time sudden and swift, up from the round, full column of her throat, up over cheek and brow, there rushed that vivid tide of color. Her eyes grew suddenly deep and soft, and then were hidden 'neath her lashes, and in that same moment the knife slipped from her grasp, and, falling point downward, stood quivering in the floor between us, an ugly thing that gleamed evilly. Was this an omen, a sign vouchsafed of that which, dark and terrible, was even then marching to meet us on this broad highway? Oh, blind, and more than blind! Almost before it had ceased to quiver, I stooped, and, plucking it from the floor, gave it into her hand. Now, as I did so, her fingers touched mine, and, moved by a sudden impulse, I stooped and pressed my lips upon them, kissed them, quick and fierce, and so turned and hurried upon my way. Yet, as I went, I found that the knife had cut my chin, and that I was bleeding. Oh, blind, and more than blind! Surely this was a warning, an omen to heed, to shiver over, despite the warm sun. But, seeing the blood, I laughed and strode villageward, blithe of heart and light of foot. Oh, blind, and more than blind! End of The Omen.
Section 27 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. Section 27, Book 2, Chapter 18, in which I hear news of Sir Maurice Vibart. Which I says, Lord love me. I plunged the iron back into the fire, and, turning my head, espied a figure standing in the doorway, and, though the leather hat and short, round jacket had been superseded by a smart groom's livery, I recognized the Postilion. "So help me, Bob, if this ain't a piece o' luck!" he exclaimed, and, with the words, he removed his hat and fell to combing his short, thick hair with the handle of his whip. "I'm glad you think so," said I. "You can drownd me if I ain't," said he. "And, pray, how is the gentleman who happened to fall and hurt himself, if you remember in the storm?" 'Appened to fall and 'urt 'isself," repeated the Postilion, winking knowingly. "'Urt 'isself, says you. Walker, says I. Walker!" with which he laid his forefinger against the side of his nose and winked again. "What might you be pleased to mean?" "I means as a gent 'appenin' to fall in the dark may p'r'aps cut 'is 'ead open; but 'e don't give 'isself two black eyes, a bloody nose, a split lip, an' 3 broken ribs, all at once. It ain't nat'ral, which if you says contrairy, I remarks, 'Walker, Lord!'" continued the Postilion, seeing I did not speak, "Lord, it must 'a been a pretty warm go while it lasted. You put 'im to sleep sound enough. It took me over an hour to Tunbridge, an' 'e never moved till 'e'd been put to bed at the Chequers an' a doctor sent for. Ah! an' a nice time I 'ad of it, what wi' chambermaids a runnin' up an' downstairs to see the pore gentleman, an' everybody a starin' at me, an' a shakin' their 'eads, an' all a axin' questions, one a top o' the other, till the doctor come. ''Ow did this 'appen, me man?' says 'e. '"A haccident," says I. "A haccident?" says the doctor, wi' a look in 'is eye as I didn't just like. "Ah!" says I, "fell on 'is 'ead out o' the chaise," says I, "struck a stone, or summat," says I. "Did 'e fall of 'is own accord?" says the doctor. "Ah, for sure," says I. "Humph!" says the doctor, "what wi' 'is eyes, an' 'is nose, an' 'is lip, looks to me as if some one 'ad 'elped 'im." "Then you must be a damn fool!" says a voice, and there's my gentleman Number 1, you know, a sittin' up in bed an' a doin' 'is 'ardest to frown. "Sir?" says the doctor. "Sir, to you," says my gentleman, "this honest fellow tells the truth. I did fall out o' the accursed chaise, an' be damned to you," says 'e. "Don't excite yourself," says the doctor. "In your present condition it would be dangerous." "Then be so good as to go to the devil," says my gentleman. "I will," says the doctor, an' off 'e goes. "Hi, there, you," says my gentleman, callin' to me as soon as we were alone, "this accursed business 'as played the devil with me, an' I need a servant. 'Ow much do you want to stay wi' me?" "25 shillin' a week," says I, doin' myself proud while I 'ad the chance. "I'll give ye 30," says 'e. "What's ye name?" "Jacob Trimble, sir," says I. "And a most accursed name it is. I'll call you Parks," says 'e, "and when I ring let no one answer but yourself. You can go, Parks. An', Parks, get me another doctor." "Well," pursued the Postilion, seating himself near by, "we'd been there a couple o' weeks, an' though 'e was better, an' 'is face near well again, he still kept to 'is room, when, one day, a smart phaeton an' blood 'osses drives up, an' out steps a fine gentleman one o' them pale, sleepy sort. I was a standin' in the yard, brushin' my master's coat a bottle green wi' silver buttons, each button 'avin' what they calls a monygram stamped on to it. "'Ha, me man,' says the sleepy gent, steppin' up to me, 'a fine coat deuced fashionable cut, curse me! Your master's?' "'Yes, sir,' says I, brushin' away. "'Silver buttons too,' says the gent, 'let me see ah, yes! A V, yes, to be sure. 'Ave the goodness to step to your master an' say as a gentleman begs to see 'im?' "'Can't be done, sir,' says I. 'Me master ain't seein' nobody, bein' in indifferent 'ealth.' "'Nonsense!' says the gentleman, yawnin' an' slippin' a guinea into me 'and. "'Just run, like a good feller, an' tell 'im as I bear a message from George.' "'From 'oo?' says I. "From George," says the gent, smilin' and yawnin'. "Just say from George." So, to come to the end of it, up I goes, and finds me master walkin' up and down and a swearin' to 'isself as usual. "A gentleman to see you, sir," says I. "Why, devil burn your miserable carcass!" says 'e, "didn't I tell you as I'd seen nobody?" "Ay, but this 'ere gent's a sayin' 'e 'as a message from George, sir." My master raised both clenched fists above 'is 'ead and swore better than I'd heard for many a long day. 'Ows'ever, downstairs 'e goes, cursin' on every stair. In a time 'e comes back. "Parks," says 'e, "do you remember that place where we got lost in the storm, Parks?" "Ah, sir," says I. "Well, go there at once," says 'e, "an' well 'e give me certain orders jumps into the phaeton wi' the sleepy gentleman, an' they drive off together, an' accordin' to orders, 'ere I am." "A very interesting story," said I. "And so you are a groom now?" "Ah! And you are a blacksmith, eh?" "Yes." "Well, if it don't beat everything as I ever heard! I'm a stiff 'un, that's all." "What do you mean?" "I means my droppin' in on you, like this 'ere, just as if you wasn't the one man in all England as I was 'opeful to drop in on." "And you find me very busy?" said I. "Lord love me!" said the Postilion, combing his hair so very hard that it wrinkled his brow. "I comes up from Tonbridge this 'ere very afternoon, an', 'avin' drunk a pint over at the Bull yonder, an' axed questions as none o' they chaw bacons could give answer to, I 'ears the chink o' your 'ammer, an' comin' over 'ere, chance like, I finds you. I'll be gormed if it ain't the most onnat'ral!" "And why?" "'Cause you was the very identical chap as I come up from Tonbridge to find." "Were you sent to find me?" "Easy a bit. You're a blacksmith, a'n't you?" "I told you so before." "What's more, you looks a blacksmith in that there leather apron, an' wi' your face all smutty. To be sure, you're powerful like 'im, number one as was my master as now is." "Did he send you to find me?" "Some folks might take you for a gentleman, meeting you off 'and like, but I knows different." "As how?" "Well, I never 'eard of a gentleman turnin' 'isself into a blacksmith, afore, for one thing." "Still, one might," I ventured. "No," answered the Postilion, with a decisive shake of the head, "it's agin nater. When a gentleman gets down in the world, an' 'as to do summat for a living, 'e generally shoots 'isself. An' I've knowed 'em to do it too. An' then I've noticed as you don't swear, nor yet curse not even a damn." "Seldom," said I; "but what of that?" "I've seed a deal o' quality in my time, one way or another; many's the fine gentleman as I've druv or groomed for, an' never a one on 'em as didn't curse me. Said the Postilion, sighing and shaking his head, "'ow they did curse me! Specially one a young lord uncommon fond o' me 'e were too, in 'is way, to the day 'is 'oss fell an' rolled on 'im. 'Jacob,' says 'e, short like, for 'e were a goin' fast. 'Jacob,' says 'e, 'damn your infernally ugly mug,' says 'e. 'You bet me as that cursed brute would do for me.' I did, my lord," says I, "an' I remembered as the tears were a runnin' down all our faces as we carried 'im along on the 5 barred gate, that bein' 'andiest. Well, devil take your soul! You were right, Jacob, and be damned to you, says he. You'll find a tenner in my coat pocket 'ere, you've won it, for I shan't last the day out, Jacob. And he didn't either, for he died afore we got him 'ome, and left me £100 in 'is will. Ah, gentlemen as is gents is all the same. Lord love you, there never was one on 'em but damned my legs, or my liver, or the chase, or the 'osses, or the road, or the inns, or all on 'em together. If you was to strip me as naked as the palm o' your 'and, and to strip a lord, or a earl, or a gentleman as naked as the palm o' your 'and, and was to place us side by side, where'd be the difference? We're both men, both flesh and blood, ain't we? Then where'd be the difference? Who's to tell which is lord and which is the postillion? Who indeed, said I, setting down my hammer. Jack is often as good as his master, and a great deal better. Why, nobody, nodded the postillion, not a soul till we opened our mouths; and then 'twould be easy enough, for my lord, or earl, or gentleman, being naked, and not likin' it which would only be natural would fall a swearin' 'eavens 'ard, damning everybody and cursin' everything, and never stop to think, while I, not bein' born to it, should stand there a shiverin' and tryin' a curse or two myself, maybe; but Lord, mine wouldn't amount to nothin' at all, me not bein' naturally gifted, nor yet born to it. And this brings me round to 'er. Her? Ah, 'er. Number 2. 'Er as quarrelled wi' number 1 all the way from London; 'er as run away from number 1. What about? 'Er?" Here he fell to combing his hair again with his whip handle, while his quick, bright eyes dodged from my face to the glowing forge and back again, and his clean shaven lips pursed themselves in a soundless whistle. And, as I watched him, it seemed to me that this was the question that had been in his mind all along. "Seeing she did manage to run away from him, number 1, she is probably very well," I answered. "Ah! To be sure, very well, you say? Ah, to be sure!" said the postillion, apparently lost in the contemplation of the bellows. "And where might she be, now?" "That I am unable to tell you," said I, and began to blow up the fire while the postillion watched me, sucking the handle of his whip reflectively. "You work uncommon 'ard, drownd me if you don't." "Pretty hard," I nodded. "And gets well paid for it, p'raps?" "Not so well as I could wish," said I. "Not so well as 'e could wish," nodded the postillion, apparently addressing the sledge hammer, for his gaze was fixed upon it. "Of course not. The 'arder a man works the wuss 'e gets paid. 'Ow much did you say you got a week?" "I named no sum," I replied. "Well, 'ow much might you be gettin' a week?" 10 shillings. "Gets 10 shillin' a week," he nodded to the sledge hammer, "that ain't much for a chap like 'im. Kick me, if it is." "Yet I make it do very well." The postillion became again absorbed in contemplation of the bellows. Indeed he studied them so intently, viewing them with his head now on one side, now on the other, that I fell to watching him, under my brows, and so, presently, caught him furtively watching me. Hereupon he drew his whip from his mouth and spoke. "Supposing," said he, and stopped. "Well?" I inquired, and, leaning upon my hammer, I looked him square in the eye. "Supposing what are you a staring at, my feller?" "You have said 'supposing' twice. Well?" "Well, said he, fixing his eye upon the bellows again, supposing you was to make a guinea over and above your wages this week. I should be very much surprised, said I. You would? I certainly should. Then, why not surprise yourself? You must speak more plainly, said I. Well then, said the postilion, still with his gaze abstracted, supposin' I was to place a guinea down on that there anvil o' yours, would that 'elp you to remember where number 2 might be? No. It wouldn't? No. A guinea's a lot o' money. It is, I nodded. And you say it wouldn't? It would not, said I. Then say, say 2 pun 10 and 'ave done with it. No, said I, shaking my head. What? Not? Do you say no to 2 pun 10? I do. Well, let's say 3 pound. I shook my head and, drawing the iron from the fire, began to hammer at it. Well then, shouted the postilion, for I was making as much din as possible, say 4, 5, 10, 15, 25, 50. Here I ceased hammering. Tell me when you've done, said I. You're a cool customer, you are? Ah, and a rum 'un at that. I never see a rummer. Other people have thought the same, said I, examining the half-finished horseshoe ere I set it back in the fire. 60 guineas, said the postilion gloomily. Come again, said I. 70 then, said he, his gloom deepening. Once more, said I. 100 guineas, said he, removing his hat to mop at his brow. Any more? I inquired. No, returned the postilion sulkily, putting on his hat, I'm done. Did he set the figure at 100 guineas? Said I. Oh, 'e's mad for 'er, 'e is. 'E'd ruin 'isself, body and soul, for 'er, 'e would, but I ain't goin' to offer no more. No woman as ever breathed, no matter 'ow 'andsome and upstandin', is worth more'n 100 guineas. It ain't as if she was a blood mare, an' I'm done. Then I wish you good day. But just think, 100 guineas is a fortune. It is, said I. Come, think it over, said the postilion persuasively. Think it over, now. Let me fully understand you then, said I. You propose to pay me 100 guineas on behalf of your master, known heretofore as number 1, for such information as shall enable him to discover the whereabouts of a certain person known as her, number 2. Is that how the matter stands? Ah, that's 'ow it stands, nodded the postilion, the money to be yours as soon as ever 'e lays 'is 'ands on 'er. Is it a go? No. No? No. Why, you must be stark, starin' mad, that you must, unless you're sweet on 'er yourself. You talk like a fool, said I angrily. So you are sweet on 'er, then? Yes, said I. Fool. And, dropping my hammer, I made towards him, but he darted nimbly to the door, where, seeing I did not pursue, he paused. I may be a hass, he nodded, and I may be a fool, but I don't go a fallin' in love wi' ladies as is above me, an' out o' my reach, and I don't chuck away 100 guineas for one as ain't likely to look my way, not me. Which I begs leave to say, hass yourself, and likewise fool. Bah! With which expletive he set his thumb to his nose, spread out his fingers, wagged them and swaggered off. Above me, and out of my reach? One not likely to look my way! And, in due season, having finished the horseshoe, having set each tool in its appointed place in the racks, and raked out the clinkers from the fire, I took my hat and coat, and, closing the door behind me, set out for the Hollow. End of Section 27, Book 2, Chapter 18. Section 28 of the Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Broad Highway, by Jeffery Farnol. Section 28, Book 2, Chapter 19. How I Met Black George Again, and wherein the patient reader shall find a little blood. It was evening. That time before the moon is up and when the earth is dark, as yet, and full of shadows. Now as I went, by some chance there occurred to me the words of an old song I had read somewhere, years ago, words written in the glorious, brutal, knightly days of Edward the First, of warlike memory; and the words ran thus: For her love I cark, and care; For her love I droop, and dare; For her love my bliss is bare, and I wax wan. I wonder what poor, love-sick, long dead and forgotten fool wrote that, I said aloud. For her love, in sleep I slake; For her love, all night I wake; For her love, I mourning make, more than any man. Some doughty squire at arms, or perhaps some wandering knight, probably of a dark, unlovely look, who rode the forest ways with his thoughts full of her, and dreaming of her loveliness. Howbeit, he was, beyond all doubt, a fool and a great one, said I, for it is to be inferred, from these few words he has left us, that his love was hopeless. She was, perhaps, proud and of high estate, one who was above him, and far beyond his reach, who was not likely even to look his way. Doubtless she was beautiful, and therefore haughty and disdainful, for disdainful pride is an attribute of beauty, and ever was and ever will be; and hence it came that our misfortunate squire, or knight-errant, was scorned for his pains, poor fool! Which yet was his own fault, after all, and, indeed, his just reward, for what has any squire at arms or lusty knight, with the world before him, and glory yet unachieved, to do with love? Love is a bauble, a toy, a pretty pastime for idle folk who have no thought above such. Away with it! Bah! And, in my mind, that is to say, mentally, I set my thumb to my nose, and spread my fingers, and wagged them, even as the Postilion had done. And yet, despite this, the words of the old song recurred again and again, pathetically insistent, voicing themselves in my footsteps so that, to banish them, I presently stood still. And in that very moment a gigantic figure came bursting through the hedge, clearing the ditch in a single bound, and Black George confronted me. Haggard of face, with hair and beard matted and unkempt, his clothes all dusty and torn, he presented a very wild and terrible appearance, and beneath one arm he carried two bludgeons. The peddler had spoken truly, then, and, as I met the giant's smouldering eye, I felt my mouth become suddenly parched and dry, and the palms of my hands grew moist and clammy. For a moment neither of us spoke, only we looked at each other steadily in the eye. And I saw the hair of his beard bristle, and he raised one great hand to the collar of his shirt, and tore it open as if it were strangling him. "George," I said at last, and held out my hand. George never stirred. "Won't you shake hands, George?" His lips opened, but no words came. "Had I known where to look for you, I should have sought you out days ago," I went on. "As it is I have been wishing to meet you, hoping to set matters right." Once again his lips opened, but still no word came. "You see, Prudence is breaking her heart over you." A laugh burst from him, sudden and harsh. "You liar," said he, and his voice quavered strangely. "I speak gospel truth," said I. "I be note to prove since the day you beat me at the 'ammer throwin', an' ye know it." "Prudence loves you, and always has," said I. "Go back to her, George, go back to her, and to your work be the man I know you are. Go back to her, she loves you. If you still doubt my word here, read that!" And I held out his own letter, the letter on which Prudence had written those 4 words: "George, I love you." He took it from me, crumpled it slowly in his hand and tossed it into the ditch. "You liar," he said again, "an' a coward." "And you," said I, "are a fool, a blind, gross, selfish fool, who, in degrading yourself, in skulking about the woods and lanes, is bringing black shame and sorrow to as sweet a maid as ever—" "It don't need you to tell me what she be an' what she bean't," said Black George, in a low, repressed voice. "I knowed her long before you ever set eyes on her; grew up wi' her, I did, an' I bean't deaf nor blind. Ye see, I loved her all my life; that's why one o' us two's a goin' to lie out 'ere all night an' all to morrow, likewise, if some un don't chance to find us," saying which, he forced a cudgel into my hand. "What do you mean, George?" "I means as if you don't do for me, then I be a goin' to do for 'ee." "But why?" I cried. "In God's name, why?" "I be slow, p'raps, an' thick, p'raps, but I bean't a fool. Come, man. If she be worth winnin' she be worth fightin' for." "But I tell you she loves Black George, and no other. She never had any thought of me, or I of her. This is madness and worse!" and I tossed the cudgel aside. "An' I tell 'ee," broke in the smith, his repression giving way before a fury as fierce as it was sudden, "I tell 'ee you be a liar, an' a coward. I know, I heerd an' I've seen. Your lyin', coward's tongue shan't save 'ee. Oh, ecod! wi' your white face an' tremblin' 'ands, you be a shame to the woman as loves ye, an' the woman as bore ye. Stand up, I say, or by God I'll do for 'ee!" and he raised his weapon. Without another word I picked up the cudgel, and, pointing to a gate a little farther along the road, I led the way into the meadow beyond. On the other side of this meadow ran the lane I have mentioned before, and beyond the lane was the hollow, and glancing thitherward, I bethought me that supper would be ready, and Charmian waiting for me, just about now, and I sighed, I remember, as I drew off my coat, and laid it, together with my hat, under the hedge. The moon was beginning to rise, casting the magic of her pale loveliness upon the world, and, as I rolled up my sleeves, I glanced round about me with an eye that strove to take in the beauty of all things, of hedge and tree and winding road, the gloom of wood, the sheen of water, and the far, soft sweep of hill and dale. Over all these my glance lingered yearningly, for it seemed to me that this look might be my last. And now, as I stooped and gripped my weapon, I remembered how I had, that morning, kissed her fingers, and I was strangely comforted and glad. The night air, which had been warm heretofore, struck chilly now, and, as I stood up, fronting Black George, I shivered, seeing which he laughed, short and fierce, and, with the laugh, came at me, striking downwards at my head as he came, and tough wood met tough wood with a shock that jarred me from wrist to shoulder. To hit him upon the arm and disable him was my one thought and object. I therefore watched for an opening, parrying his swift strokes and avoiding his rushes as well as I might. Time and again our weapons crashed together, now above my head, now to right, or left, sometimes rattling in quick succession, sometimes with pauses between strokes, pauses filled in with the sound of heavy breathing and the ceaseless thud of feet upon the sward. I was already bruised in half a dozen places, my right hand and arm felt numb, and with a shooting pain in the shoulder, that grew more acute with every movement. My breath also was beginning to labor. Yet still Black George pressed on, untiring, relentless, showering blow on blow, while my arm grew ever weaker and weaker, and the pain in my shoulder throbbed more intensely. How long had we fought? 5 minutes, 10, half an hour, an hour? I could see the sweat gleaming upon his cheek, his eyes were wild, his mouth gaped open, and he drew his breath in great sobbing pants. But, as I looked, his cudgel broke through my tired guard, and, taking me full upon the brow, drove me reeling back. My weapon slipped from my grasp, and, blinded with blood, I staggered to and fro, like a drunken man, and presently slipped to the grass. And how sweet it was to lie thus, with my cheek upon kind Mother Earth, to stretch my aching body, and with my weary limbs at rest. But Black George stood above me, panting, and, as his eyes met mine, he laughed a strange sounding, broken laugh, and rolled up his cudgel to beat out my brains, even as the pedlar had foretold. To-morrow the blackbird would sing upon my motionless breast, and, looking into Black George's eyes, I smiled. "Get up," he panted, and lowered the cudgel. "Get up? Or, by God, I'll do, for 'ee." Sighing, I rose, and took the cudgel he held out to me, wiping the blood from my eyes as I did so. And now, as I faced him once more, all things vanished from my ken save the man before me. He filled the universe, and, even as he leaped upon me, I leaped upon him, and struck with all my strength. There was a jarring, splintering shock, and Black George was beaten down upon his knees, but as, dropping my weapon, I stepped forward, he rose, and stood panting, and staring at the broken cudgel in his hand. "George," said I. "You 'm bleedin', Peter." "For that matter, so are you." "Bloodlettin' be good for a man sometimes eases un." "It does," I panted. "Perhaps you are willing to hear reason now?" "We be even so fur but fists be better nor sticks any day, and I be goin' to try ye wi' fists. Have we not bled each other sufficiently?" "No," cried George, between set teeth, "theer be more nor bloodlettin' betwixt you and me. I said as 'ow one of us would lie out 'ere all night, and so 'e shall. By God! Come on. Fists be best arter all." This was the heyday of boxing, and, while at Oxford I had earned some small fame at the sport. But it was one thing to spar with a man my own weight in a padded ring, with limited rounds governed by a code of rules, and quite another to fight a man like Black George, in a lonely meadow, by light of moon. Moreover, he was well acquainted with the science, as I could see from the way he "shaped," the only difference between us being that whereas he fought with feet planted square and wide apart, I balanced myself upon my toes, which is, I think, to be commended as being quicker, and more calculated to lessen the impact of a blow. Brief though the respite had been, it had served me to recover my breath, and, though my head yet rung from the cudgel stroke, and the blood still flowed freely, getting, every now and then, into my eyes, my brain was clear as we fronted each other for what we both knew must be the decisive bout. The smith stood with his mighty shoulders stooped something forward, his left arm drawn back, his right flung across his chest, and, so long as we fought, I watched that great fist and knotted forearm, for, though he struck oftener with his left, it was in that passive right that I thought my danger really lay. It is not my intention to chronicle this fight blow by blow. Enough, and more than enough, has already been said in that regard. Suffice it then, that as the fight progressed I found that I was far quicker, as I had hoped, and that the majority of his blows I either blocked or avoided easily enough. Time after time his fist shot over my shoulder, or over my head, and time after time I countered heavily, now on his body, now on his face. Once he staggered, and once I caught a momentary glimpse of his features convulsed with pain. He was smeared with blood from the waist up, but still he came on. I fought desperately now, savagely, taking advantage of every opening, for though I struck him 4 times to his once, yet his blows had 4 times the weight of mine. My forearms were bruised to either elbow, and my breath came in gasps. And always I watched that deadly right. And presently it came, with arm and shoulder and body behind it, quick as a flash, and resistless as a cannon ball. But I was ready, and, as I leaped, I struck, and struck him clean and true upon the angle of the jaw. And, spinning round, Black George fell, and lay with his arms wide stretched, and face buried in the grass. Slowly, slowly he got upon his knees, and thence to his feet, and so stood panting, hideous with blood and sweat, bruised and cut and disfigured, staring at me, as one in a maze. Now, as I looked, my heart went out to him, and I reached forth my right hand. "George!" I panted. "Oh, George!" But Black George only looked at me, and shook his head, and groaned. "Oh, Peter," said he, "you be a man, Peter. I've fought? Ah, many's the time, and no man ever knocked me down afore. Oh, Peter! I could love 'ee for it if I didn't hate the very sight of 'ee. Come on, and let's get it over and done wi'." So once again fists were clenched and jaws set. Once again came the trampling of feet, the hiss of breath, and the thudding shock of blows given and taken. A sudden, jarring impact, the taste of sulphur on my tongue, a gathering darkness before my eyes, and, knowing this was the end, I strove desperately to close with him. But I was dazed, blind. My arms felt paralyzed, and, in that moment, the smith's right fist drove forward. A jagged flame shot up to heaven, the earth seemed to rush up towards me. A roaring blackness engulfed me, and then silence. End of section 28, Book 2, Chapter 19.
Section 29 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckel. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 20. How I Came Up Out of the Dark. Someone was calling to me a long way off. Someone was leaning down from a great height to call to me in the depths, and the voice was wonderfully sweet, but faint, because the height was so very high, and the depths so very great. And still the voice called and called, and I felt sorry that I could not answer, because, as I say, the voice was troubled and wonderfully sweet. And little by little it seemed that it grew nearer, this voice. It was descending to me in these depths of blackness, or was I being lifted up to the heights where, I knew, blackness could not be? Ay, indeed, I was being lifted, for I could feel a hand upon my brow, a smooth, cool hand that touched my cheek and brushed the hair from my forehead. A strong, gentle hand it was, with soft fingers, and it was lifting me up and up from the loathly depths, which seemed more black and more horrible the further I drew from them. And so I heard the voice, nearer and ever nearer, until I could distinguish words. And the voice had tears in it, and the words were very tender. "Peter, speak to me, Peter." "Charmian?" said I, within myself. Why, truly, whose hand but hers could have lifted me out of that gulf of death back to light and life? Yet I did not speak aloud, for I had no mind to yet awhile. "Ah, speak to me, Peter! How can you lie there so still and pale?" And now her arms were about me, strong and protecting, and my head was drawn down upon her bosom. "Oh, Peter, my Peter!" Nay, but this was Charmian, the cold, proud Charmian? Truly, I had never heard that thrill in her voice before. Could this indeed be Charmian? And, lying thus, with my head on this sweet pillow, I could hear her heart whispering to me, and it seemed that it was striving to tell me something. Striving to tell me something. Could I but understand! Ah! Could I but understand! "I waited for you so long, Peter, and the supper's all spoiled. A rabbit, Peter, you liked rabbit, and oh, God, I want you. Don't you hear me, Peter? I want you, And now her cheek was pressed to mine, and her lips were upon my hair and upon my brow. Her lips! Was this indeed Charmian, and was I Peter Vibart? Ah, if I could but know what it was that her heart was trying to tell me so quickly and passionately! And while I lay listening, something hot splashed down upon my cheek, and then another and another. Her bosom heaved tumultuously, and, instinctively raising my arms, I clasped them about her. "Don't," I said, and my voice was a whisper, "don't, Charmian." For a moment her clasp tightened about me, she was all tenderness and clinging warmth. Then I heard a sudden gasp, her arms loosened and fell away, and so I presently raised my head, and, supporting myself upon my hand, looked at her. And then I saw her cheeks were burning. "Peter." "Yes, Charmian." "Did you " She paused, plucking nervously at the grass and looking away from me. "Well, Charmian?" "Did you hear " Again she broke off, and still her head was averted. "I heard your voice calling to me from a great way off, and so I came, Charmian." "Were you conscious when I found you?" "No," I answered. "I was lying in a very deep, black pit." Here she looked at me again. "I thought you were dead, Peter." "My soul was out of my body until you recalled it." You were lying upon your back by the hedge here, and oh, Peter, your face was white and shining in the moonlight, and there was blood upon it, and you looked like one that is dead," and she shivered. "And you have brought me back to life," said I, rising, but, being upon my feet, I staggered giddily, to hide which I laughed and leaned back against a tree. "Indeed," said I am very much alive still, and monstrously hungry. You spoke of a rabbit, I think?" "A rabbit!" said Charmian in a whisper, and, as I met her eye, I would have given much to have recalled that thoughtless speech. "I think you did mention a rabbit," I said, floundering deeper. "So, then, you deceived me. You lay there and deceived me with your eyes shut and your ears open, taking advantage of my pity." "No, no, indeed no, I thought myself still dreaming it. It all seemed so unreal, so beyond all belief and possibility, and " I stopped, aghast at my crass folly, for, with a cry, she sprang to her feet and hid her face in her hands, while I stood dumbfounded, like the fool I was. When she looked up, her eyes seemed to scorch me. "And I thought Mr. Vibart a man of honor, like a knight of his old time romances, high and chivalrous. Oh, I thought him a gentleman!" "Instead of which," said I, speaking, as it were, despite myself, "instead of which you find me only a blacksmith, a low, despicable fellow, eager to take advantage of your unprotected womanhood." She did not speak, standing tall and straight, her head thrown back, wherefore, reading her scorn of me in her eyes, seeing the proud contempt of her mouth, a very demon seemed suddenly to possess me, for certainly the laugh that rang from my lip proceeded from no volition of mine. "And yet, madam," my voice went on, "this despicable blacksmith fellow refused 100 guineas for you to day." "Peter!" she cried, and shrank away from me as if I had threatened to strike her. "Ah! you start at that your proud lip trembles. Do not fear, madam, the sum did not tempt him, though a large one." "Peter!" she cried again, and now there was a note of appeal in her voice. "Indeed, madam, even so degraded a fellow as this blacksmith could not very well sell that which he does not possess, could he? And so the 100 guineas go a begging, and you are still unsold." Long before I had done she covered her face again, and, coming near, I saw the tears running out between her fingers and sparkling as they fell, and once again the devil within me laughed loud and harsh, but while it still echoed I had flung myself down at her feet. "Charmian!" I cried, "forgive me you will you must!" and, kneeling before her, I strove to catch her gown and kiss its hem, but she drew it close about her, and, turning, fled from me through the shadows. Heedless of all else but that she was leaving me, I stumbled to my feet and followed. The trees seemed to beset me as I ran, and bushes reached out arms to stay me, but I burst from them, running wildly, blundering, for she was going, Charmian was leaving me, and so, spent and panting, I reached the cottage, and met Charmian at the door. She was clad in the long cloak she had worn when she came, and the hood was drawn close about her face. I stood panting in the doorway, barring her exit. "Let me pass, Peter." "By God, no!" I cried, and, entering, closed the door and leaned my back against it. And after we had stood thus a while, each looking upon the other, I reached out my hands to her, and my hands were torn and bloody. "Don't go, Charmian," I mumbled, "don't go. Oh, Charmian, I'm hurt. I didn't want you to know, but you mustn't leave me. I'm not well. It is my head, I think. I met Black George, and he was too strong for me. I'm deaf, Charmian, and half blinded. Oh, don't leave me. I'm afraid, Charmian." Her figure grew more blurred and indistinct, and I sank down upon my knees, but in the dimness I reached out and found her hands and clasped them, and bowed my aching head upon them, and remained thus a great while, it seemed to me. And presently, through the mist, her voice reached me. "Oh, Peter, I will not leave you. Lean on me. There, there!" And little by little those strong, gentle hands drew me up once more to light and life. And so she got me to a chair, and brought cool water, and washed the blood and sweat from me, as she had done once before, only now my hurts were deeper, for my head grew beyond my strength to support, and hung upon my breast, and my brain throbbed with fire, and a mist was ever before my eyes. "Are you in much pain, Peter?" "My head, only my head, Charmian. There's a bell ringing there. No, it's a hammer beating." And indeed I remembered little for a while, save the touch of her hand and the soothing murmur of her voice, until I found she was kneeling beside me, feeding me with broth from a spoon. Wherefore I presently took the basin from her, and emptied it at a gulp, and, finding myself greatly revived thereby, made some shift to eat of the supper she set before me. So she presently came and sat beside me, and ate also, watching me at each morsel. "Your poor hands!" said she, and looked down at them. I saw that my knuckles were torn and broken, and the fingers much swelled. "And yet," said Charmian, "except for the cut on your head, you are quite unmarked, Peter." "He fought mostly for the body," I answered, "and I managed to keep my face out of the way, but he caught me twice, once upon the chin lightly, and once behind the ear heavily. Had his fist landed fairly, I don't think even you could have brought me back from those loathly depths, Charmian." And in a while, supper being done, she brought my pipe and filled it, and held the light for me, but my head throbbed woefully, and for once the tobacco was flavorless, so I sighed and laid the pipe by. "Why, Peter," said Charmian, regarding me with an anxious frown, "can't you smoke?" "Not just now, Charmian," said I, and, leaning my head in my hands, fell into a sort of coma, till, feeling her touch upon my shoulder, I started and looked up. "You must go to bed, Peter." "No," said I. "Yes, Peter." "Very well, Charmian, yes, I will go to bed," and I rose. "Do you feel better now, Peter?" "Thank you, yes, much better." "Then why do you hold on to the chair?" "I'm still a little giddy, but it will pass." And, "Charmian, you forgive " "Yes, yes, don't look at me like that, Peter, and oh, good night, foolish boy." "I am 25, Charmian." But, as she turned away, I saw that there were tears in her eyes. Dressed as I was, I lay down upon my bed, and, burying my head in the pillow, groaned, for my pain was very sore. Indeed, I was to feel the effects of George's fist for many a day to come, and it seems to me now that much of the morbid imaginings, the nightly horrors, and black despair that I endured in the time which immediately followed, was chiefly owing to that terrible blow upon the head. End of How I Came Up Out of the Dark. Section 30 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckel. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 21. Of the Opening of the Door, and How Charmian Blew Out the Light. He bestrode a powerful black charger, and his armor glittered through the green. And, as he rode beneath the leafy arches of the wood, he lifted up his voice and sang, and the song was mournful and of a plaintive seeming, and rang loud behind his visor bars. Therefore, as I sat beside the freshet, I hearkened to his song. For her love I cark and care, for her love I droop and dare, for her love my bliss is bare, and I wax wan. Forth he rode from the shadowy woodland, pacing very solemn and slow, and thrice he struck his iron hand upon his iron breast. For her love in sleep I slake, for her love all night I wake, for her love I mourning make more than any man. Now, being come to where I sat beside the brook, he checked his horse, and gazed full long upon me, and his eyes shone from the gloom of his helmet. "Messire," quoth be, "how like you my song?" "But little, sir, to be plain with you, not a whit," I answered. "And, beseech you, wherefore?" "Because it is folly away with it, for if your head be full of such, how shall you achieve any lasting good, glory, learning, power?" But, sighing, he shook his head. Quoth he: "O blind one, glory is but a name, learning but a yearning emptiness. And whither leadeth ambition? Man is a mote dancing in a sun ray, the world a speck hanging in space. All things vanish and pass utterly away, save only true love, and that abideth everlastingly. 'Tis sweeter than life and stronger than death, and reacheth up beyond the stars. And thus it is I pray you tell me, where is she?" "She? She whom you love." "I love no woman," said I. "Liar!" cried he in a terrible voice, and the voice was the voice of Black George. "And who are you that says so?" I demanded, and stood upon my feet. "Look, behold, and know thyself, O blind and more than blind!" And, leaning down, he raised his visor so that the moonlight fell upon his face, and the face I looked upon was my own. And, while I gazed, he lifted up his voice and cried: "Ye spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that rideth in the green, dreaming ever of her beauty, and sighing forth his love everlastingly? Spirits of the wood, I charge ye!" And out of the gloom of the wood, from every rustling leaf and opening bud, came a little voice that rose and blended in a soft, hushed chorus, crying: "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" "Spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that walketh to and fro in the world, and, having eyes, seeth not, and ears, heareth not, a very fool of love?" Once again the voices cried in answer: "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" Spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that shall love with a love mightier than most? Who shall suffer greatly for love and because of it? Who shall think of it by day and dream of it of nights? Who is he that must die to find love in the fullness of life? O spirits of the wood, I charge ye!" Again from out the green came the soft, hushed chorus: "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" But even as I laughed, came one from the wood with a horse and armor, and the armor he girded on me, and the horse I mounted, and there in the moonlit glade we fought and strove together, my other self and I, and sudden and strong he smote me, so that I fell down from my horse and lay there dead, with my blood soaking and soaking into the grass. And as I watched, there came a blackbird that perched upon my breast, carolling gloriously. Yet little by little this bird changed, and lo! in its place was a new Peter Vibart standing upon the old, and the new trampled the old down into the grass, and it was gone. Then, with his eyes on the stars, the new Peter Vibart fell a singing, and the words I sang were these: "For her love I cark and care, for her love I droop and dare, for her love my bliss is bare, and I wax wan." And thus there came into my heart that which had been all unknown, undreamed of hitherto, yet which, once there, could never pass away. "O spirits of the wood, I charge ye, who is he that cometh, true love sweeter than life, greater than wisdom, stronger than death? O spirits of the wood, I charge ye!" And the hushed voices chorused softly: "Peter Vibart! Peter Vibart!" And while I listened, one by one the voices ceased, till there but one remained, calling, calling, but ever soft and far away. And when I would have gone toward this voice, lo! there stood a knife quivering in the ground before me, that grew and grew until its haft touched heaven, yet still the voice called upon my name very softly: "Peter! Peter! Oh, Peter, I want you! Oh, Peter! Wake! Wake!" I sat up in bed, and, as I listened, grew suddenly sick, and a fit of trembling shook me violently, for the whisper was still in my ears, and the whisper was an agony of fear and dread indescribable. "Peter! Oh, Peter, I am afraid! Wake! Wake!" A cold sweat broke out upon me, and I glared helplessly toward the door. "Quick, Peter! Come to me! Oh, God!" I strove to move, but still could not. And now, in the darkness, hands were shaking me wildly, and Charmian's voice was speaking in my ear. "The door!" it whispered, "the door!" Then I arose, and was in the outer room, with Charmian close beside me in the dark, and my eyes were upon the door. And then I beheld a strange thing, for a thin line of white light traversed the floor from end to end. Now, as I watched this narrow line, I saw that it was gradually widening and widening. Very slowly, and with infinite caution, the door was being opened from without. In this remote place, in this still, dead hour of the night, full of the ghostly hush that ever precedes the dawn, there was something devilish, something very like murder in its stealthy motion. I heard Charmian's breath catch, and, in the dark, her hand came and crept into mine, and her fingers were cold as death. And now a great anger came upon me, and I took a quick step forward, but Charmian restrained me. "No, Peter," she breathed, "not yet wait!" and wound her arms round mine. In a corner near by stood that same trusty staff that had been the companion of my wanderings, and now I reached and took it up, balancing it in my hand. And all the time I watched that line of light upon the floor, widening and widening, growing ever broader and more broad. The minutes dragged slowly by, while the line grew into a streak, and the streak into a lane, and upon the lane came a blot that slowly resolved itself into the shadow of a hand upon the latch. Slowly, slowly, to the hand came a wrist, and the wrist an arm. Another minute, and this maddening suspense would be over. Despite Charmian's restraining clasp, I crept a long pace nearer the softly moving door. The sharp angle of the elbow was growing obtuse as the shadowy arm straightened itself. 30 seconds more. I began to count, and, gripping my staff, braced myself for what might be, when, with a sudden cry, Charmian sprang forward, and, hurtling herself against the door, shut it with a crash. "Quick, Peter!" she panted. I was beside her almost as she spoke, and had my hand upon the latch. "I must see who this was," said I. "You are mad!" she cried. "Let me open the door, Charmian." "No, no, I say no!" "Whoever it was must not escape. Open the door." "Never, never! I tell you, death is outside. There's murder in the very air, I feel it, and dear God, the door has no bolt." "They're gone now, whoever they were," said I reassuringly. "The danger is over, if danger it could be called." "Danger!" cried Charmian. "I tell you it was death." Yet, after all, it may have been only some homeless wanderer. Then why that deadly silent caution?" "True," said I, becoming thoughtful. "Bring the table, Peter, and set it across the door." "Surely the table is too light to but it will give sufficient warning. Not that I shall sleep again to night. Oh, Peter! Had I not been dreaming and happened to wake, had I not chanced to look toward the door, it would have opened wide, and then oh, horrible!" "You were dreaming?" "A hateful, hateful dream, and awoke in terror, and, being afraid, glanced toward the door, and saw it opening, and now bring the table, Peter." Now, groping about, my hand encountered one of the candles, and, taking out my tinder box, all unthinking, I lighted it. Charmian was leaning against the door, clad in a flowing white garment, a garment that was wonderfully stitched, all dainty frills and laces, with here and there a bow of blue riband, disposed, as it would seem, by the hand of chance, and yet most wonderfully. And up from this foam of laces her shoulders rose, white and soft and dimpled, sweeping up in noble lines to the smooth round column of her throat. But, as I stared at all this loveliness, she gave a sudden gasp, and stooped her head, and crossed her hands upon her bosom, while up over the snow of shoulder, over neck and cheek and brow, ebbed that warm crimson tide, and I could only gaze and gaze, till, with a movement swift and light, she crossed to that betraying candle, and, stooping, blew out the light. Then I set the table across the door, having done which, I stood looking toward where she stood. "Charmian," said I. "Yes, Peter." "To morrow." "Yes, Peter." "I will make a bar to hold the door." "Yes, Peter." "2 bars would be better, perhaps?" "Yes, Peter." "You would feel safe then, safer than ever?" "Safer than ever, Peter." End of The Opening of the Door, and How Charmian Blew Out the Light. Section 31 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ellen Preckel. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Chapter 22, in which the Ancient discourses on love. I am forging a bar for my cottage door, such a bar as might give check to an army, or resist a battering ram, a bar that shall defy all the night prowlers that ever prowled, a stout, solid bar, broad as my wrist and thick as my 2 fingers, that, looking upon it as it lies in its sockets across the door, Charmian henceforth may sleep and have no fear. The Ancient sat perched on his stool in the corner, but for once we spoke little, for I was very busy, also my mind was plunged in a profound reverie. And of whom should I be thinking but of Charmian, and of the dimple in her shoulder? "'Tis bewitched you be, Peter," said the old man suddenly, prodding me softly with his stick, "bewitched as ever was," and he chuckled. "Bewitched?" said I, starting. "Ah, there you stand wi' your 'ammer in your 'and, and a starin' at nobody nor nothin', leastways not as human I can see, and a sighin' and a sighin'." "Did I indeed sigh, Ancient?" "Ah, that you did, like a cow, Peter, or a 'orse, 'eavy and tired like, and slow you be, and dreamy, you as was so bright and spry. Theer's some fools like Joel Amos as might think as 'twere the work o' ghostes, or demons, a castin' their spells on ye, or that some vampire'd ha' bit ye in the night and sucked your blood as you lay asleep, but I know different. You'm just bewitched, Peter," and he chuckled again. "Who knows, perhaps I am, but it will pass, whatever it is, it will pass." "Don't be ye too sure o' that. There's bewitchments and bewitchments, Peter." Hereupon the smithy became full of the merry din of my hammer, and while I worked the Ancient smoked his pipe and watched me, informing me between whiles that the Jersey cow was in calf, that the hops seemed more than usually forward, and that he had waked that morning with a touch of the rheumatics, but otherwise he was unusually silent. Moreover, each time that I happened to glance up, it was to find him regarding me with a certain fixity of eye, which at another time would have struck me as portentous. "You be palish this marnin', Peter," said he, dabbing me suddenly with his pipe stem. "Shouldn't wonder if you was to tell me as your appetite was bad. Come now, you didn't eat much of a breakfast this mornin', did you?" "I don't think I did, Ancient." "O' course not," said the old man with a nod of profound approval. "It aren't to be expected. Let's see, it be all of 4 months since I found you, bean't it?" "4 months and a few odd days," I nodded, and fell to work upon my glowing iron bar. "You'll make a tidy smith one o' these days, Peter," said the old man encouragingly, as I straightened my back and plunged the iron back into the fire. "Thank you, Ancient." "Ay, you've larned to use a hammer pretty well, considerin' though you be wastin' your opportunities. Shameful, Peter, shameful!" "Am I, Ancient?" "Ay, that you be. Moon can't last much longer, she be on the wane a'ready." "Moon?" said I, staring. "Ah, Moon!" nodded the old man. "Theer's nowt like a moon, Peter, an' if she be the full, so much the better." "But what have the moon and I to do with each other, Ancient?" "Old I be, Peter, a old, old man, but I were young once, an' I tell 'ee the moon 'as a lot more to do wi' it than some folks think. Why, Lord love 'ee, theer wouldn't be near so many children a playin' in the sun if it wasn't for the moon." "Ancient," said I, "what might you be driving at?" "Love, Peter." "Love!" said I, letting go the handle of the bellows, "and marriage, Peter. What in the world put such thoughts in your head?" "You did, Peter." "I?" "Ah! some men is born lovers, Peter, and you be one. I never see such eyes as yourn afore, so burnin' 'ot they be, and, Peter, some maid will see the love light aflame in 'em some day, and drop 'er 'ead, and blush and tremble, for she'll know, Peter, she'll know. Maids was made to be loved, Peter." "But, Ancient, I am not the kind of man women would be attracted by. I love books and solitude, and am called a pedant, and, besides, I am not of a loving sort." "Some men, Peter, falls in love as easy as they falls out. It comes to some soft and quiet, like the dawn of a summer's day, Peter, but to others it comes like a gert and tur'ble storm. Oh, that it do! There's a fire ready to burn up inside o' ye at the touch o' some woman's 'and, or the peep o' 'er eye ah! a fire as'll burn and burn, and never go out again, not even if you should live to be as old as I be, and you'll be strong and wild and fierce wi' it. And some day you'll find 'er, Peter, and she'll find you." "And," said I, staring away into the distance, "do you think that by any possible chance she might love me, this woman?" "Ay, for sure," said the Ancient, "for sure she will. Why don't 'ee up and ax 'er, wi' a fine round moon o'er 'er 'ead, and a pretty maid at your elber? It's easy enough to tell 'er you love 'er, ain't it?" "Indeed, yes," said I, beginning to rub my chin, "very easy," and I sighed. "And when you looks into a pair o' sweet eyes, and sees the shine o' the moon in 'em, why, it aren't so fur to 'er lips, are it, Peter?" "No," said I, rubbing my chin harder than ever, "no, and there's the danger of it." "Wheer's the danger, Peter?" "Everywhere," I answered, "in her eyes, in her thick, soft hair, the warmth of her breath, the touch of her hand, the least contact of her garments, her very step." "I knowed it!" cried the Ancient joyfully, peering at me under his brows, "I knowed it!" "Knew what?" "You be in love good lad good lad!" and he flourished his pipe in the air. "In love!" I exclaimed. "In love." "I?" "Sure as sure." "But love, according to Aristotle, is " "Love, Peter, is what makes a man forget 'is breakfast, an' 'is work, an' 'is " "But I work very hard besides " "Love is what makes a man so brave as a lion, Peter, an' fall a tremblin' like a coward when she stands a lookin' up at 'im. Love makes the green earth greener, and the long road short ah! almost too short. Sometimes the love of a woman comes betwixt a man and all evils and dangers. Why don't 'ee up and ax 'er, Peter?" "She'd laugh at me, Ancient." "Not she." "That soft, low laugh of hers." "Well, what o' that?"
"Besides, she hardly knows me." The Ancient took out his snuff box and gave 2 double knocks upon the lid.
"A woman knows a man sooner'n a man knows a woman ah! a sight sooner. Why, Lord bless ye, Peter, she 'as 'im all reckoned up long afore 'e knows for sure if 'er eyes be black 'uns or brown 'uns, and that she 'as."
Here he extracted a pinch of snuff.
"As for Prudence, she loves 'ee wi' all 'er 'eart and soul."
"Prudence?" said I, staring.
"Ah, Prudence I be 'er grandfeyther, I know."
"Prudence!" said I again.
"She am a 'andsome lass, and so pretty as a picter, you said so yourself, and what's more, she am a sensible lass, and 'll make ye as fine a wife as ever was, if only "
"If only she loved me, Ancient."
"To be sure, Peter."
"But you see she doesn't."
"Eh? What, Peter?"
"Prudence doesn't love me."
"Doesn't?"
"Not by any means."
"Peter, you're jokin'."
"No, Ancient."
"But I be all took aback mazed I be not love ye, and me wi' my 'eart set on it are you sure?"
"Certain."
"'Ow do you know?"
"She told me so."
"But why shouldn't she love ye?"
"Why should she?"
"But I'd set my 'eart on it, Peter."
"It is very unfortunate," said I, and began blowing up the fire. "Peter!"
"Yes, Ancient."
"Do 'ee love she?" "No, Ancient." The old man rose, and, hobbling forward, tapped me on the breast with the handle of his stick.
"Then who was you a talkin' of a while back, 'bout 'er eyes, and 'er 'air, and 'er dress, and bein' afraid of 'em?" "To be exact, I don't know, Ancient." "Oh, Peter!" exclaimed the old man, shaking his head, "I wonders at ye! Arter me a thinkin' and a thinkin' and a plannin' all these months after me a sendin' Black Jarge about 'is business " "Ancient, what do you mean?" "Why, didn't I out and tell ye as you was sweet on
"Did you tell him that?" I cried.
"Ay, to be sure I did, and what's more, I says to un often and often, when you wasn't by, Jarge, I'd say, 'Prue's a lovely maid, and Peter's a fine young chap, and they 'm beginnin' to find each other out they be allus talkin' to each other and a lookin' at each other mornin', noon, and night,' I says, 'like as not we'll 'ave 'em marryin' each other afore very long,' and Jarge 'ud up and wrinkle up 'is brows and walk away and never say a word. But now it'll be tur'ble 'ard to be disappointed like this, Peter, arter I set my 'eart on it, and me such an old man, such a very ancient man. Oh, Peter, you be full o' disappointments, and all manner o' contrariness sometimes I a'most wishes as I'd never took the trouble to find ye at all." And, with this Parthian shot, the old man sighed and turned his back upon me and tottered out of the forge. Chapter 23 How Gabbing Dick, the Pedlar, Set a Hammer Going in My Head. Having finished my bars with 4 strong brackets to hold them, I put away my tools and donned hat and coat. It was yet early, and there was, besides, much work waiting to be done, but I felt unwontedly tired and out of sorts, wherefore, with my bars and brackets beneath my arm, I set out for the Hollow. From the hedges on either side of me came the sweet perfume of the honeysuckle, and beyond the hedges the fields stood high with ripening corn, a yellow, heavy-headed host, nodding and swaying lazily. I stood awhile to listen to its whisper as the gentle wind swept over it, and to look down the long green alleys of the hop gardens beyond, and at the end of one of these straight arched vistas there shone a solitary great star. And presently, lifting my eyes to the sky, already deepening to evening, and remembering how I had looked round me ere I faced Black George, I breathed a sigh of thankfulness that I was yet alive, with strength to walk within a world so beautiful. Now, as I stood thus, I heard a voice hailing me, and, glancing about, espied one some distance up the road, who sat beneath the hedge, whom, upon approaching, I recognized as Gabbing Dick the Pedlar. He nodded and grinned as I came up, but in both there was a vague unpleasantness, as also in the manner in which he eyed me slowly up and down. "You've stood a looking up in the sky for a good 10 minutes," said he. "And what if I have?" "Nothin'," said the Pedlar, "nothin' at all, though if the moon 'ad been up, a cove might ha' thought as you was dreamin' of some Eve or other. Love sick folk always stares at the moon, leastwise so they tell me. Anyone who stares at the moon when 'e might be doin' summat better's a fool, as great a fool as any man who stares at a Eve, for a Eve never brought any man nothin' but trouble and sorrer, and never will now. Don't frown, young cove, nor shake your 'ead, for it's true. What's caused more sorrer and blood than them Eves? Blood? Ah, rivers of it! Oceans of good blood's been spilt all along o' women, from the Eve as tricked old Adam to the Eve as tricks the like of me, or say yourself." Here he regarded me with so evil a leer that I turned my back in disgust. "Don't go, young cove, I ain't done yet, I got summat to tell ye." "Then tell it," said I, stopping again, struck by the fellow's manner, "and tell it quickly." "I'm a comin' to it as fast as I can, ain't I? Very well, then. You're a fine, upstanding young cove, and may 'ave white 'ands, which I don't see myself, but no matter, and may likewise be chock full of taking ways, which, though not noticin', I won't go for to deny, but a Eve's a Eve, and always will be. You'll mind as I warned you against the last time I see ye? Very well, then." "Well?" said I impatiently. "Well," nodded the Pedlar, and his eyes twinkled malevolently, "I says it again, I warns you again. You're a nice, civil spoke young cove, and quiet, though I don't like the cock o' your eye, and mind, I don't bear you no ill, though you did turn me from your door on a cold, dark night." "It was neither a cold nor a dark night," said I. "Well, it might ha' been, mightn't it?" "Very well, then." "Still I don't," said the Pedlar, spitting dejectedly into the ditch. "I don't bear you no 'ard feelin's for it, no'ow, me always makin' it a pint to forgive them as woefully oppresses me, likewise them as despitefully uses me. It might ha' been cold and dark, wi' ice and snow, and I might ha' froze to death, and we won't say no more about it." "You've said pretty well, I think," said I. "Supposing you tell me what you have to tell me, otherwise, good night." "Very well, then," said the Pedlar, "let's talk o' summat else. Still living in the 'Oller, I suppose?" "Yes." "Ah, well, I come through there to day," said he, grinning, and again his eyes grew malevolent. "Indeed?" "Ah, indeed! I come through there this very arternoon, and uncommon pretty everything was lookin', wi' the grass so green, and the trees so shady. "Shady's the word!" nodded the Pedler, glancing at me through his narrowed eyelids, and chuckling. "A paradise, you might call it ah! a paradise, or a Garden of Eden, wi' Eve and the serpent and all!" And he broke out into a cackling laugh. And in the look and the laugh, indeed, about his whole figure, there was something so repellent, so evil, that I was minded to kick and trample him down into the ditch. Yet the leering triumph in his eyes held me. "Yes?" said I. "You see, by and by I 'appened to pass the cottage, and very pretty that looked too, and nice and neat inside." "Yes?" said I. "And bein' so near, I 'appened to glance in the winder, and there, sure enough, I see 'er, as you might say, Eve in the garden, and a fine figure of a Eve she be, and 'andsome with it. 'Tain't often you see a maid the likes o' her, so proud and 'aughty like. Well, I just 'appened to look in the winder. She 'appened to be standin' wi' an open book in 'er 'and, a old leather book with a broken cover." "Yes?" said I. "And she was a laughin', and a pretty soft Eve's laugh it were too."
"Yes?" said I.
"And 'e were a lookin' at the book over 'er shoulder."
The irons slipped from my grasp and fell with a harsh clang.
"Ketches ye, does it?"
said the Pedler. I did not speak, but, meeting my eye, he scrambled hastily to his feet, and, catching up his pack, retreated some little way down the road.
"Ketches ye, does it, my cove?" he repeated. "Turn me away from your door on a cold, dark night, would ye? Not as I bears ye any ill will for it, bein' of a forgivin' nature, but I says to you, I says, look out! A fine 'andsome lass she be, wi' 'er soft eyes and red lips and long white arms, the eyes and lips and arms of a Eve, and Eve tricked Adam, didn't she? And you ain't a better man nor Adam, are ye? Very well, then!" saying which, he spat once more into the ditch, and, shouldering his pack, strode away. And after some while I took up my iron bars and trudged on towards the cottage. As I went, I repeated to myself over and over again the word "liar." Yet my step was very slow and heavy, and my feet dragged in the dust, and somewhere in my head a small hammer had begun to beat, soft and slow and regular, but beating upon my brain. Now the upper cover of my Virgil book was broken. End of How Gabbing Dick the Pedlar Set a Hammer Going in My Head.
Section 32 of The Broad Highway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynne Thompson. The Broad Highway by Jeffery Farnol. Book 2, Chapter 24. The Virgil Book. A man was leaning in the shadow of a tree, looking down into the hollow. I could not see him very distinctly because, though evening had scarcely fallen, the shadows where he stood were very dense, but he was gazing down into the hollow in the attitude of one who waits. For what? For whom? A sudden fit of shivering shook me from head to foot, and, while I yet shivered, I grew burning hot. The blood throbbed at my temples, the small hammer was drumming much faster now, and the cool night air seemed to be stifling me. Very cautiously I began creeping nearer the passive figure, while the hammer beat so loud that it seemed he must hear it where he stood. A shortish, broad-shouldered figure, clad in a blue coat. He held his hat in his hand, and he leaned carelessly against the tree, and his easy assurance of air maddened me the more. As he stood thus, looking always down into the hollow, his neck gleamed at me above the collar of his coat, wherefore I stooped, and, laying my irons in the grass, crept on once more, and, as I went, I kept my eyes upon his neck. A stick snapped sharp and loud beneath my tread, and lounging back stiffened and grew rigid. The face showed for an instant over the shoulder, and, with a spring, he had vanished into the bushes. It was a vain hope to find a man in such a dense tangle of boughs and underbrush, yet I ran forward nevertheless. But, though I sought eagerly upon all sides, he had made good his escape, so, after a while, I retraced my steps to where I had left my irons and brackets, and taking them up, turned aside to that precipitous path which, as I have already said, leads down into the hollow. Now as I went, listening to the throb of the hammer in my head, whom should I meet but Charmian, coming gaily through the green, and singing as she came. At sight of me she stopped, and the song died upon her lip. Why, Peter, you look pale, dreadfully pale." "Thank you, I am very well," said I. "You have not been fighting again?" "Why should I have been fighting, Charmian?" "Your eyes are wild and fierce, Peter." "Were you coming to meet me, Charmian?" "Yes, Peter." Now, watching beneath my brows, it almost seemed that her colour had changed, and that her eyes, of set purpose, avoided mine. Could it be that she was equivocating? "But I am much before my usual time to-night, Charmian." "Then there will be no waiting for supper, and I am ravenous, Peter." And as she led the way along the path, she began to sing again. Being come to the cottage, I set down my bars and brackets with a clang. "These," said I, in answer to her look, "are the bars I promised to make for the door." "Do you always keep your promises, Peter?" "I hope so." "Then," said she, coming to look at the great bars with a fork in her hand, for she was in the middle of dishing up, "then, if you promise me always to come home by the road, and never through the coppice, you will do so, won't you?" "Why should I?" I inquired, turning sharply to look at her. "Because the coppice is so dark and lonely, and if I should take it into my head to come and meet you sometimes, there would be no chance of my missing you." And so she looked at me and smiled, and going back to her cooking, fell once more a singing, the while I sat and watched her beneath my brows. Surely no woman whose heart was full of deceit could sing so blithely and happily, or look at one with such sweet candour in her eyes. And yet the supper was a very ghost of a meal, for when I remembered the man who had watched and waited, the very food grew nauseous, and seemed to choke me. "She's Eve," rang a voice in my ear. "Eve tricked Adam, didn't she? And you ain't a better man nor Adam. She's Eve. Peter, you eat nothing." "Yes, indeed," said I, staring unseeingly down at my plate, and striving to close my ears against the fiendish voice. "And you are very pale." I shrugged my shoulders. "Peter, look at me." I looked up obediently. "Yes, you are frightfully pale. Are you ill again? Is it your head? Peter, what is it?" And with a sudden half-shy gesture, she stretched her hand to me across the table. And as I looked from the mute pity in her eyes to the mute pity of that would-be comforting hand, I had a great impulse to clasp it close in mine, to speak, and tell her all my base and unworthy suspicions, and once more to entreat her pardon and forgiveness. The words were upon my lips, but I checked them, madman that I was, and shook my head. "It is nothing," I answered. "Unless it be that I have not yet recovered from Black George's fist, it is nothing." And so the meal drew to an end, and though, feeling my thoughts base, I sat with my head on my hand and my eyes upon the cloth, yet I knew she watched me, and more than once I heard her sigh. A man who acts on impulse may sometimes be laughed at for his mistakes, but he will frequently attain to higher things, and be much better loved by his fellows than the colder, more calculating logician who rarely makes a blunder. And Simon Peter was a man of impulse. Supper being over and done, Charmian must needs take my coat, despite my protests, and fall to work upon its threadbare shabbiness, mending a great rent in the sleeve. And, watching her through the smoke of my pipe, noting the high mould of her features, the proud poise of her head, the slender elegance of her hands, I was struck sharply by her contrast to the rough, bare walls that were my home, and the toil-worn, unlovely garment beneath her fingers. As I looked, she seemed to be suddenly removed from me, far above and beyond my reach. "That's the fourth time, Peter." "What, Charmian?" "That is the fourth time you have sighed since you lighted your pipe, and it is out, and you never noticed it." "Yes," said I, and laid the pipe upon the table and sighed again, before I could stop myself. Charmian raised her head, and looked at me with a laugh in her eyes. "Oh, my philosophical, dreamy blacksmith, where be your thoughts?" I was thinking how old and worn and disreputable my coat looked. "Indeed, sir," said Charmian, holding it up and regarding it with a little frown. "Forsooth, it is ancient, and hath seen better days." "Like the wearer," said I, and sighed again. "Hark to this ancient man," she laughed, "this hoary-headed blacksmith of ours, who sighs, and forever sighs. If it could possibly be that he had met any one sufficiently worthy, I should think that he had fallen, philosophically, in love. How think you, Sir Knight of the Rueful Countenance?" "I remember," said I, "that among other things you once called me Superior Mr. Smith." Charmian laughed and nodded her head at me. "You had been describing to me some quite impossible, idealistic creature, alone worthy of your regard, sir." "Do you still think me superior, Charmian?" "Do you still dream of your impalpable, bloodlessly perfect ideals, sir?" "No," I answered. "No, I think I have done with dreaming." "And I have done with this thy coat, for behold, it is finished." And rising, she folded it over the back of my chair. Now, as she stood thus behind me, her hand fell and, for a moment, rested lightly upon my shoulder. "Peter." "Yes, Charmian." "I wish, yes, I do wish that you were either much younger or very much older." "Why?" "Because you wouldn't be quite so cryptic, such a very abstruse problem. Sometimes I think I understand you better than you do yourself, and sometimes I am utterly lost. Now, if you were younger, I could read you easily for myself, and if you were older, you would read yourself for me." "I was never very young," said I. "No, you were always too repressed, Peter." "Yes, perhaps I was." "Repression is good up to a certain point, but beyond that it is dangerous," said she, with a portentous shake of the head. "Heigh ho, was it a week or a year ago that you avowed yourself happy and couldn't tell why?" "I was the greater fool," said I. "For not knowing why, Peter?" "For thinking myself happy." "Peter, what is happiness?" "An idea," said I, "possessed generally of fools." "And what is misery?" "Misery is also an idea." "Possessed only by the wise, Peter. Surely he is wiser who chooses happiness." "Neither happiness nor misery comes from choice." "But if one seeks happiness, Peter?" "One will assuredly find misery," said I, and, sighing, rose, and taking my hammer from its place above the bookshelf, set to work upon my brackets, driving them deep into the heavy framework of the door. All at once I stopped, with my hammer poised, and, for no reason in the world, looked back at Charmian over my shoulder, looked to find her watching me with eyes that were, if it could well be, puzzled, wistful, shy, and glad at one and the same time, eyes that veiled themselves swiftly before my look, yet that shot one last glance between their lashes, in which were only joy and laughter. "Yes," said I, answering the look, but she only stooped her head and went on sewing, yet the colour was bright in her cheeks. And, having driven in the 4 brackets, or staples, and closed the door, I took up the bars and showed her how they were to lie crosswise across the door, resting in the brackets. "We shall be safe now, Peter," said she. "Those bars would resist an elephant." "I think they would," I nodded, "but there is yet something more." Going to my shelf of books, I took thence the silver-mounted pistol she had brought with her, and balanced it in my hand. "To-morrow I will take this to Cranbrook, and buy bullets to fit it." "Why, there are bullets there, in one of the old shoes, Peter." "They are too large. This is an unusually small calibre, and yet it would be deadly enough at close range. I will load it for you, Charmian, and give it into your keeping, in case you should ever grow afraid again, when I am not by. This is a lonely place for a woman at all times." "Yes, Peter." She was busily employed upon a piece of embroidery, and began to sing softly to herself again as she worked, that old song which worthy Mr. Pepys mentions having heard from the lips of mischievous-eyed Nell Gwynn. In Scarlet Town where I was born, there was a fair maid dwelling, made every youth cry well away, her name was Barbara Allen. Are you so happy, Charmian? Oh, sir, indifferent well, I thank you. All in the merry month of May, when green buds they were swelling, young Jimmy Grove on his death-bed lay, for love of Barbara Allen. Are you so miserable, Peter? Why do you ask? Because you sigh, and sigh, like poor Jimmy Grove in the song. He was a fool, said I. For sighing, Peter? For dying. I suppose no philosopher could ever be so foolish, Peter. No, said I, certainly not. It is well to be a philosopher, isn't it, Peter? Said I, and once more set about lighting my pipe. Anon I rose and, crossing to the open door, looked out upon the summer night, and sighed, and coming back sat watching Charmian's busy fingers. Charmian, said I at last. Yes, Peter? Do you ever see any men lurking about the Hollow when I am away? Her needle stopped suddenly, and she did not look up as she answered. No, Peter. Never? Are you sure, Charmian? The needle began to fly to and fro again, but still she did not look up. No, of course not. How should I see anyone? I scarcely go beyond the Hollow, and I'm busy all day. Eve, Eve, said a voice in my ear. Eve tricked Adam, didn't she? Eve. After this I sat for a long time without moving, my mind harassed with doubts and a hideous morbid dread. Why had she avoided my eye? Her own were pure and truthful, and could not lie. Why had they avoided mine? If only she had looked at me. Presently I rose and began to pace up and down the room. You are very restless, Peter. Yes, said I. Yes, I fear I am. You must pardon me. Why not read? Indeed, I had not thought of my books. Then read me something aloud, Peter. I will read you the sorrow of Achilles for the loss of Briseis. And, going into the corner, I raised my hand to my shelf of books, and stood there, with hand upraised yet touching no book, for a sudden spasm seemed to have me in its clutches, and once again the trembling seized me, and the hammer had recommenced its beating upon my brain. And in a while I turned from my books, and crossing to the door, leaned there with my back to her, lest she should see my face just then. I don't think I will read tonight, said I at last. Very well, Peter, let us talk. Or talk, said I think I'll go to bed. Pray, I went on hurriedly, for I was conscious that she had raised her head and was looking at me in some surprise. Pray excuse me. I am very tired. So, while she yet stared at me, I turned away, and mumbling a good night, went into my chamber, and closing the door, leaned against it, for my mind was sick with dread, and sorrow, and a great anguish. For now I knew that Charmian had lied to me. My Virgil book had been moved from its usual place. End of Book 2, Chapter 24.